Hello, everybody, and welcome to the next Survivor podcast. This time, we'll be talking about all the Era 2 seasons, all the ups and downs that thing had from the season 8s and 10s to the season 9s and 11s. Joining me for this one, we got Angie, the Survivor season 9 runner up. We have Noisy, the Survivor season 11 Pots runner up, and we have DB. We might get Siren on, but yeah, how are you three doing?
I am doing just fine. I'm getting excited to talk about this stuff, and especially for 11,
Yeah,
because I've got a lot to say about that, of course.
I'm feeling quite the same about season 9. So yeah.
I am not looking forward to talking about season 8, but I know I'm probably the best person here to talk about it, so I will carry that burden if I need to.
Yeah. And obviously, season 8 was the first season we ever did on Survivor Era 2. And context for that, because Siren was the one who hosted that, because I was going into surgery during that area of time. So I was just like, "Hey, Siren, you wanna do this season?" He was like, "Yeah, sure, screw it." So I pretty much let him go full throttle. I probably shouldn't have. That's probably on me. I should moderate it a little bit of it.
Mhm.
So we got a bunch of twists that happened. The first twist we ever got in season 8 was the one world twist. Now, I actually kind of like the one world twist a little bit. I thought it was kind of a fun way to have everyone to know the players before they go into tribes. What were your guys' thoughts on that twist?
I
I
kind
think
of like
Well,
I think for me, I thought I was gonna not like it, but I think I liked it as a viewer. It seemed to work out really well.
it worked out surprisingly well as someone who played in it. I was kind of confused and conflicted on how it would end up turning out, but I got to meet a lot of people early on and kind of lay down that groundwork, and that would pan out in interesting ways later on in the season. Um, the I like the structure of the challenges. How I forget exactly, but like the top scoring 10 in a challenge will get immunity, and then everyone goes to tribal. Led to some pretty crazy vote totals, but that ended up being a lot of fun as well.
Yeah, that
yeah.
tribal we actually did break the record of one person getting the most votes in just one tribal, with Marcus getting out in a 14-3 to 1 to 1 to 1 to 1 vote. Uh, uh,
Yeah.
the previous winner of this award was Roe, who was in a 13 to 1 vote in Survivor Corpse Party. So yeah, pretty fun record there.
Yeah. Let me wait. I have the spreadsheet on here because I wanted to check who actually got the other votes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Because I know
Yeah. I'm
I know there was
curious.
quite a few stray votes.
yeah. Well, that round was when the silver controversy started up, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
another
Oh
thing we have to talk
God.
about.
Oh God.
I
Yeah,
remember
because
that.
Silver voted Claire in
Yeah,
that round.
and Silver DM'd, not DM'd, but he approached a lot of people, myself including, saying that, "Hey guys, I'm worried about this Claire person because they did very well in another org. Was it Angie Viver? I forget which
No, I
one.
think it was the
No, here's the thing.
100%
Silver was
one.
full of shit. He didn't even know what org he was talking about. He was just making up a story and saying, "Yeah, this guy's great. This guy played great at this org, and we should take him out." Like, he wasn't even telling the truth. He was just lying about something that's illegal.
Yeah. So
He's
Silver
dark.
pulled this out of his ass, got a strike for it, and it didn't even matter because Marcus hardly talked at all to begin with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I remember, okay, so Brandon, it looks like self-voted during that round, and I think it looks
Yeah.
like the other two votes. The other two votes for Brandon were from JJ and Amy, and then Gia voted JJ. Devin voted Breeze, and Marcus voted Courtney.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. Geo voting JJ is a rare GW, I gotta say. But
Yeah.
before we go into the JJ controversy, we get into possibly one of the least liked duos of Survivor history, with Donna and Meredith. Obviously, Donna's a very controversial figure in all orgs now at this point. But during season 8, Donna was pretty much target numero uno for like 8 episodes or something. At first, it was just Donna versus an inactive, which was fine. Donna was pretty inactive. But then it went from between Donna and Fantasy, which was sad because Fantasy honestly had a lot cooking at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, and from my understanding, it was a I don't know. We go as far as call it illegal Yuli, but it was sort of like oh, this person won. They're a threat. Let's get them out. So it's sort of like the playing very
Yeah.
hard, very early, arguably too early sort of deal.
Yeah, that's kind of how it went. And then, obviously, during that escapade of that duo, we obviously had the very flip-floppy Moon that season,
Ooh.
which DB can tell us about his
Oh,
Heenan
God.
experience.
So the first tribal we were in there, Brandon struck out. We lost, and Moon was actually on the chopping block. But I linked up with Aline and Corny. We generally liked each other, and I had kind of gotten roped in. I might have been the swing vote in theory because Donna didn't really talk to me much, but Meredith talked to me a little bit. And they wanted Moon out. But Donna hardly talked to me, or Works, whatever we're supposed to call him. I don't think it matters.
It doesn't.
And I just kind of generally got better vibes from the Corny and the Moons. So we stuck together. They ended up switching the other team, which was JJ, Donovan, Works, Meredith. Yeah, and all them swapped their votes over to Corny. And it ended up being a tied situation with Corny. What was it, a 3-3-1? I forget exactly. I don't have the votes on me.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was a 3-3.
Right.
Yeah, because Elaine still voted Moon.
Right. It was either Elaine. Elaine might have striked and not voted that round. I forget exactly.
Nah, Elaine voted Moon and then voted Donna at revote.
Okay. So we all, it was put on Works and it was put on Corny. And as a reminder, Moon was a target before, so Corny, Aline, and I stuck our necks out in order to save Moon. And Moon turned right the fuck around and voted Corny out as a tiebreaker. Now, it took me a lot in my being to not immediately go into our one-on-one and call her a fucking idiot after that. I was very, very upset. And we talked about it after, and she apparently didn't realize, oh shit, Corny saved my ass and wanted to work with us. I guess Meredith somehow got to her beforehand. The revote happened. And to be fair, we figured, why the fuck would they not, why wouldn't she vote Donna out? So that was certainly one of the experiences I've had in this season. And I don't want to belittle Moon at all. I will get to this later, but she played an excellent game later on. And like she even turned things around after, but it was rough. at the start.
Yeah.
The funniest
and,
thing is that in the revote, it's 5 people voting, so Moon can't even have the excuse of rocks.
Right.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And yeah, like I was definitely very, very not happy about it because I was mainly watching to see Corny because I've been Corny's conf buddy all 3 Era 2 and the other one, but for both Era 2 seasons he was on, so I was getting hyped because he was doing pretty decently well, and then that happened, which just
Yeah.
was aggravating.
And then we have our next tribal, which is even more annoying, which
Oh
was
no.
first off Meredith's vote off, but
Oh
not
god.
just Meredith's vote off, JJ's walk, because
Yep.
apparently, which is bullshit, by the way, apparently JJ said that he couldn't play orgs and he wasn't in the right headspace. And then I find him playing another org a day later, so I know he's full of shit there.
Right.
Wow.
Which sucks because Meredith gets idled out for that. And I don't know if JJ was trying to sacrifice himself for Meredith, not knowing that Meredith was already dead in the water by that point.
I
But
got
it was
the
a pretty
sense that
it was a pretty annoying tribal council.
yeah. I mean, me on the ground, who was, who just lost to him this round, managed to not only idle out Meredith, but then get JJ out. Just because he quit. Part of me was like guiltily happy about that because it worked out well for me, but it was a fucking mess overall.
Yeah. I think I think from everything that I've heard, he definitely was probably trying to save Meredith. Because, like, if you're gonna walk, everybody knows that, like, you're not just gonna walk in tribal unless you have, like, some sort of motivation. At least in my view. He might
Right.
think differently. I don't know.
Right.
What about you, Angie?
I don't know. Maybe. I think, yeah, it's a bit weird that he's like walking because like he's not like wanting to do orgs, but like maybe like it could be because he wanted to save Meredith, but like it was too late because she got idled out anyway. So it kind of sucks.
Because
Yeah.
I do have a question. When did he say that? He said that during when the middle of the votes were being read, right?
Yeah, he said that like in the tribal.
Literally, like the second Aline played his idol, JJ said, "I'm walking." And I'm like,
Okay, yeah,
no.
then he was definitely trying to do it to
Yeah.
save Meredith then.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that was a thing. But luckily, after that, we finally get Donna getting voted out. Which was fun
Finally.
to
I
see.
was like very
Although-
nervous in that tribal because Trap was also in contention and Trap was my confessional buddy, so I was like really nervous. I was like really hoping that Donna got out.
Yeah.
Oh god, it was so fucking stressful, that tribal. I don't have the vote sheets on me, so I don't, Noisy, if you could send that to me just to refresh my memory.
Yes, of course. Yeah, I'm at the thing here.
But this was the second, right after the second swap, we had lost. I was with Moon again. I lost Aline, who was probably my number 1 at the time. But I had touched bases back with Gia. And I was decently friendly with Gia at the time. And I was telling him, yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on with Donovan. He hardly talks to me. Only really goes on with talks about, like, he'll show up when it's vote time to talk a little bit, and then he'll disappear. And so I told Gia outright that I didn't trust him, and Gia said, "Oh, it's okay. We'll get him out." You might. By the way, you might think that's a caricature of his voice because he's Italian. That is a dead-on impression. He's the most stereotypically Italian motherfucker I have ever heard. It's almost, his voice is almost offensively Italian. It's insane. But we end up losing the challenge, and Gia said, "Oh look, all these idiots are through the challenge, but it's okay. I guess we'll vote for Donovan." And he didn't like Trap for some reason. I'm not quite sure why he didn't like Trap. He doesn't like fucking anyone, which I'm sure we'll get into later on.
Yeah.
So through like a convoluted series of events, which I think included Skylar not voting, I think.
Oh my god, I remember that now.
Yeah, Skylar didn't vote. And like there's an extra vote played. Trap played an advantage. Or maybe Donovan did. I fucking forget. It ended up being a tie. And it was me, Moon. Forget who
Yeah,
the
it
other.
was you and Moon that voted works for
Yeah,
Donna.
we ended up. It ended up going to a revote. But Gia came to me. Was like, "All right, my plan is. Came to a plan. Now we're voting Trap, right?" I'm like, wait. Hold the fuck on. That's not what we fucking agreed to. No, we're voting Donovan out. And he kept trying to convince me, and we went back and forth for like I think about an hour, just because he really wanted me to vote him, and he basically admitted something along the lines like he was only using me for my vote, and that because he kept trying to say, "Oh, don't worry, trust me, we'll get him out next time," and like, well, what reason do I have to trust you? And he's just like, well, eventually, just like, if you don't trust me, I'm not gonna work with you. I'm want you out. I'm like, well, what the fuck how the fuck am I gonna work with you if you're telling me this shit? So I ended up talking with Moon, and we agreed to be little agents of chaos, and we voted out Donovan instead of Trap, which ended up getting Donovan, I believe, the record for the most votes received in the season.
That is correct.
Yeah.
19.
Yeah. So unfortunately, Works will forever be in the Survivor history books unless someone can change
I forget if Akio beat him or not. I think Work still has
Unfortunately
it, but
not.
No,
Akio
I think Akio. No,
Akio is 17.
yeah,
17. Okay.
Yeah.
yeah. I think, especially it's a bit odd because it is a 2-1 vote, but it's saying here that Skylar voted Trap on the revo, which I don't think actually happened.
I think there was something like
Skylar
there was
couldn't
some.
vote.
I think what happened is that there was some weird fucking advantage played. I think Trap played it, where
I think I know
he
what it
would
is.
reduce the amount of votes
Yeah.
casted on him that were counted. And so even though it would have been like 2-2 in a normal season, that advantage made like 2-1 or 2-0, some crazy
Okay.
convoluted shit.
I remember the advantage, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
One of the issues with
Speaking
the
of-
season is that there are too many advantages to keep track of.
Speaking of stupid advantages in Civ 8, let's talk about the one that got DB out.
Oh boy,
Oh,
which one?
Guys.
Gia
This
played
was-
fucking 80 advantages or some shit.
Yeah, Gia
Yeah,
played like 50 advantages, but the specific one I want to talk about is the dumb one where it just skips the entire tribal.
Yeah,
and
I was
makes-
just about to mention that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that,
What the fuck is this? And I was like, you're looking at it, I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
What's why?
That
I think that was the first sign where I should have like stepped in and done something, probably.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
to properly explain it for those at home who don't fully understand what we're talking about, this advantage could be played, and it would just skip right to the end of Tribal once Tribal starts. No reading of the votes, no telling who played what advantage, no vote totals, no idea where the votes ended up lying. That advantage was played, that was the only advantage was revealed, and then I was told that I was going home. And so I was like, "Excuse me? What the actual fuck?" Like, what? I do not understand. I wish Siren was here so we could hold him accountable, like this was a
Yeah.
trial at The Hague or something. Because the fact that he thought that was going to be like a good advantage that would actually play out well, I do not know what he was smoking. Like, I don't want to be
Even
too
under
mean, but it's just like, why?
even
Yeah,
under
and
crazy circumstances, no one would do something like that. It's just such a weird twist.
Yeah, and it was
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
from my
Like-
understanding, a lot of other advantages were played that round too. Like, Trap had his vote stolen, Moon had her vote stolen. Like, the original vote would have been like a tie, me, Gia, but Gia pulled out the
Yeah.
whole fucking arsenal of advantages.
yeah. Well, okay. You voted Amy that round.
All right, we went with Amy or whatever the fuck we did.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
and then Trap got his vote stolen. Moon got her vote stolen, and then Gia played an extra vote. Gia had, I think, an extra vote, and I think Amy also had an extra vote. Had an extra vote.
Yeah. The oh so memorable Amy, who I voted for and forgot even existed in the game.
Amy might be the lamest juror of Survivor history.
Yeah.
My
I don't
God.
think I don't think Amy gets enough hate. Most underhated Survivor
well-
player of all time.
I forgot that. I keep forgetting that Amy exists. Honestly.
Yeah. I forgot.
No, yeah,
I
she
voted
was-
for fucking Amy.
She was
I forgot
just
that
the
was a big
Gia
strategy
minion and
that
nothing
round.
else.
What grade did I
Yeah.
even give her? I need to check. I gave her.
Was it like a B or something?
I gave her a C plus.
That might be
Sounds
too high. That
For
might
an
be too
eight
high.
spacer, that's crazy.
Might be too high. But then
Yeah.
we move on to the next vote out, which, while not really controversial, is incredibly funny for the main reason that a bunch of people, Breeze, the winner of Survivor Season 8 included, made an alliance purely to take out Claire, the person who wasn't at Tribal at the time.
Oh man.
Person on the winning tribe didn't wanted to get him out. And then we got Silver getting voted out, which let the whole other controversy that Silver gave, which was Silver blocking Breeze at FTC because
Oh,
Breeze had
no.
to flip a vote on Silver.
Um,
And oddly
yeah,
enough,
wait.
this is the. Go ahead.
No, you keep going.
I was gonna say this is the only tribal Breeze was at the whole pre-merge, not including One World.
Really?
Breeze was cruising. Breeze was just cruising throughout this pre-merge. I think also it applies with Dry and Lion as well. Those three I don't think only went to one pre-merge vote.
The Minnesotans.
Yeah,
The Minnesota
Minnesotans.
Alliance. Yes, we'll definitely get into the Minnesota Alliance in a little bit. But yeah, no, yeah, Silver just keeps adding on here to the many controversies we have this season.
Yep.
As you can see, dear viewers, this pre-merge was indeed a thing.
Yeah. Like,
And
that's not even touching on like a Donovan gate or whatever it's called. I don't even know if we want to get
Oh,
into
yeah.
that.
I
It's
forgot.
fucking-
No, we should
even
definitely
the-
get into that.
Oh no.
I think I don't remember because I know work Donovan came to. I think it was Breeze and talked shit about DB or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
what happened
And-
was Works approached. Well, he was like talking generally in some public group chat. Might have been like another org group chat, general chat or something. And he started saying how some guy metagamed him out. I forget whether he said it was me or not exactly. I think he did.
I think
Eventually.
he said you.
Yeah, he said that I've metagamed him out because I was salty that he apparently stole a woman from me. There are many things wrong.
Which is funny because that's not actually what happened.
Yeah, one, that is objectively not what had happened. 2, in hindsight, I wish he did. But that's another story. 3. 3. He said that while Toast, who was a production member, was there and present. And then I believe Breeze was there, who ended up being the winner. And Breeze, I think, messaged one or two people like, "What the fuck do I do? I'm not supposed to know this, whether it's true or not."
Right.
So that got Donovan a server strike. Then again, it ended up being booted from all servers for a completely different reason. But
And this was before like season 9. Like
yeah,
right before.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
I think
the crazy stuff.
I think it applied right before season 9 started as well.
Oh no!
Like, he got-
oh man,
my god! If I
Yep,
was in the
yep.
season with him, I would have died.
Yeah.
It didn't. It was funny because I remember Work saying that he wasn't going to play another Civ season after 8, which evidently enough.
Yeah, no. I have the card. He applied.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
But I think everyone said they didn't want to play with him anyway, so.
Yeah, it wouldn't have
Yeah.
mattered.
Yeah,
Exactly.
but yeah.
Never would have gotten
No, I
it.
think well, even after the silver vote, we still have a bit of crazy stuff to talk about right after the merge
Oh,
just
God.
merge started.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah,
A walk and a strikeout.
back to back. We had Trap walking at day 22, and then Claire striking out right after. And Claire, that was pretty much nothing the whole season. That's kind of Claire for you in a
a
nutshell.
true strategic threat that Silver was clearly right on about worrying early on. We all should have listened to Silver early on.
No, guys, it makes sense because the biggest move Claire made was stopping Quinn from being a perfect winner.
Exactly.
That is correct.
True.
Yeah, she is a game changer.
Exactly. Bring her
Yeah.
back.
Yeah.
And then Trap was doing all right season 8. I forgot. Do you guys remember how Trap was doing?
He was
The trap was
okay.
doing alright, yeah.
I mean, I inadvertently sacrificed myself to keep him alive. And save his ass. I know he had issues with Gia, but
Yeah.
that's like saying
No, I
someone
think-
noticed the sky's blue, honestly, in the season.
Yeah, I think what probably would have happened is either Gia probably tries to snipe Trap early, or Breeze ends up playing one of the many idols that they find throughout this season to save Trap, at least at some point.
Yeah. Speaking of idols, we have the Final 9 episode, which before we get into that, Final 9 episode was kind of special because we had our first milestone in Survivor history where a player, aka Skylar, played 100 days without getting voted out. So that was pretty cool. We made a
Woo!
record.
Yeah.
Then Breeze immediately took him out because of it. Now it's not an idol out because it was 5-4, so Breeze Skylar goes either way, but it was still funny to see Breeze take Skylar out like that. Definitely.
Yeah, I know. Breeze was thinking that they might go, so they end up playing an idol there, and Skylar goes regardless. But yeah,
And then that's when they start forming the Minnesota alliance between Breeze, Dry, and Lion, which is an alliance of all time. I'll tell you
Yeah.
what.
I mean,
yeah.
it strangely worked.
Yeah.
So I don't even know if we call it a bad alliance, but the fact that the dominant alliance was only founded because all three of the guys were from the great state of Minnesota.
I love that so much.
It's never not going to be funny.
No, I love when alliances are just formed because of something like that. But yeah, no, I mean, and it works and it worked perfectly for Breeze's game because those were like his perfect two allies throughout the game that they needed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Dry was never really in a position to flip.
No.
because of the other people that they were facing, and then of course Lion was not really going to do anything anyway. But we will talk about Final Five when Lion does eventually flip.
Yeah. After that, we have a weird vote, which I forgot what even happens. Dry used the mutilator, losing his vote and blocking Gia's and Amy's. That's a pretty cool advantage, actually.
Oh yeah.
That is
So yeah,
very cool.
Yeah.
Dry
I like it.
uses that, and I guess Gia plays an idol that round, idling out Amy, even though it's 3-2.
Yeah.
Is what looks to have what happened.
I
Which
don't know.
I mean, Amy finally goes out, which is good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could have been a pretty crazy vote, especially if whoever Gia and Amy were planning on voting that round.
Yeah. And then next, we get the greatest tribal of Survivor history, where
Yeah.
the person
Yeah.
where we get the greatest advantage play of all time in a 3-2 vote. Gia goes home. However, this is an advantage where if you don't receive the most votes, you get eliminated. So you cast 2 self votes against yourself in hopes that you have the most votes and then the idol gets played on you. If you don't have the most votes, you get eliminated immediately, which is exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Because the only person that voted Gia was himself.
Yeah. From my understanding,
Everyone
it
else-
became very obvious
Everyone
that
else
Gio
voted-
was trying to do something.
Yeah, everyone else voted for either Lily or Dry.
Yeah, I think it would have been. Yeah, I think it would have ended up being a tie otherwise. Oh, actually, no. I think Gia could probably have voted either one of them if he really wanted to.
Yeah.
Right.
I think Gio was leaning to work with Breeze, but I don't know exactly. But the biggest thing that we have to talk about is immediately after Tribal, Gia comes into Ponderosa and says, yeah, that was my plan all along. I wanted to get eliminated. Which, if you read the comps,
Oh yeah.
if you read the comps, that's complete bullshit.
Yeah.
Because Gia kept saying, this is the greatest debate of my life. I don't know if I should do this or not. So you know that Gia's thinking in his head that he's the vote out.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
I think Gia's such a weird case. Throughout the game and like the way they played, they're very they definitely play sort of like a Russell Hantz type game where they're hated by everybody, but they have so many advantages in their pocket that they can just keep going and going and going. And he has his people like Amy and somewhat Skylar that was gonna do whatever he needed them to do.
His dumb blondes, if you will.
Yeah.
And but unlike Hans, who made it to Final Tribal twice, Gia ends up screwing himself, ironically enough, by one of the advantages of all time.
Yeah. That almost saved the season. Almost.
Almost. It was very funny,
And-
at least.
Yeah. And then we get to the next tribal council where Aline gets idled out by Breeze. And another idol that Breeze finds. So I was sad to see Aline go, but I was pretty much an alliance war at that point, and Breeze managed to pull it out. So good on Breeze.
Yeah, because it was going to be 3-3. I think that vote as well. So
Yeah, it was three Aline, 3 Breeze, and then we get to possibly the worst move made by a winner in Survivor history.
yes, let's go.
Oh my god.
We get Breeze idling out the obvious goat instead of idling Dry. Oh,
Yeah,
this which took Dry out.
yeah, and Yeah, because Lion ends up flipping on Dry due to that whatever the heck was happening that tribal. I don't know the full details, but I don't know
I
if
think
you remember
Lily.
what fully was going on. So.
I think Lily and Moon were just rizzing up Lion a lot, and that's what came out
My
of it.
God.
Yeah, I think yeah, because I think Lion. I mean, I think if you're in Lion's spot, you kind of know you're just screwed regardless. Because we'll get into, but because Lion was never winning. I mean, he was pretty much inactive most of the time. But he had his group, but he decided to flip on the last minute. But of course, Breeze idling Lion is hilarious.
Yeah.
And the funniest part about this is the third time Breeze has played an idol, and he's only played an idol once. So he was 1 for 3 across the entire season.
My God.
Hey, hey, what we can say all we want, but it did end up working out for them in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Breeze did manage to do a lot of good as he managed to win Final Four immunity, although I think Lion was planning on voting with him anyways for fire making, so I think it would have been a Breeze v Lily fire making challenge. That didn't matter. So then we got a Lily Lion fire making challenge, which is much better because Lily ends up winning. So we have a pretty good second place person, we have a pretty good first place person, and we have a pretty good third place person. So and then Breeze ends up winning 5-3. So DB, explain to me part of your reasoning for voting Breeze since you were, the juror.
Right. Well, first I want to point out in a weird series of events, because I went out with a pre-merge, so I should not have been a juror. But since Trap walked, that put Silver onto the jury, which led to that fun Silvergate thing where he ended up throwing a hissy fit, treated Dry like Voldemort, and didn't want anyone to say his name, blocked him, did not hear out any of his reasons.
Breeze.
Breeze, yeah, and ended up being proven wrong about the reason that he blocked Breeze anyway. And then with Claire striking out, I ended up being put onto the jury, which is somehow not going to be the first time I'm brought onto the jury as a pre-merger this season. But we'll get to that when we get to that. Yeah, it was kind of rough trying to figure out who exactly did the best. Just because I played with Lily a little bit early on, but she kept being kidnapped from our tribe for some reason, and so we never got a chance to really work with each other during tribal council. And I didn't get a chance to play with Breeze past the beach, the one world. And then Moon was there, and I love Moon now. She's great, but she just outright forgot to even mention the whole corny arc. She didn't avoid talking about it because it was embarrassing. She legitimately forgot about it. And so I was like, okay, I can't let you get away with that. Breeze, I just kind of got the assumption that he played a more versatile game. He was more right than he was wrong, typically. And Breeze just kind of put things together in a better and more convincing way than Lily did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do think Lily and Breeze play pretty similarly throughout the season.
Yeah.
Mm.
I'd say
So I
if
think,
Lily
yeah.
didn't have the double strikes, Lily's slightly better than Breeze, but having those two strikes is a very dead nail for Lily, at least in the grading criteria for me. So Lily gets like slightly lower scoring than Breeze did. I think both of them get 8th on the winner rankings. Maybe Lily gets 7th, but that's about as far as I'll go, I think.
Yeah. I mean, I think Yeah, because Breeze and Lily were kind of in we're as I said, we're in very similar spots throughout the game. They were kind of, especially in the latter part of the game, they were, more so leading certain sides. Although Lily wasn't as much of a threat as Breeze was throughout, because they were trying to get rid of her at the Gia boot, but she ends up winning a couple immunities as well that helps her. And who knows, if Breeze loses one of those immunities, she might have an easy ride to the win.
Yeah. Uh, so I think that's all we have to talk about for this season, unless anyone has anything they'd want to add for season 8.
Yeah, I don't really think I have much, but yeah, I think especially when I look back at this season, especially the pre-merge, just controversy after controversy after controversy.
Yeah. I was about to say, like,
Yeah.
watching the pre-merge was like, it was pretty miserable in my point of view. But like the merge, it got slightly better. So yeah, but yeah, it was probably like the worst season I've witnessed in
Yeah.
Survivor history.
Yeah. I remember as a spec, I actually kind of liked the merge at the time.
Yeah. Merge was all right, but in a spectrum where most of Survivor merges are pretty good, this is like, it's very subpar.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that's fair.
all right.
That
So
is definitely fair.
now, Siren, if you ever watch this, we're expecting a 6-paragraph apology for this season.
Yeah.
We expect
3,000
it
words.
by the end of August. Yeah. Now we move on from the worst season of Survivor, many consider to be the greatest season of Survivor Season 9, Parasite. One of the goofiest seasons ever, but also one of the most iconic seasons ever. This was our second 21-person season, second to season 8, obviously. So we had a lot riding on this season. Obviously, I was going to be back into hosting the full thing. Siren was going to be off production. He would be playing this season. We had a couple of big names come up back to play. People like Angie, DB, uh, Butter. That's about it.
Yeah, like bigger names. Like bigger names before this season.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Although we do
obviously
get
there's a lot of
But
Skylar back, and we do get Silver.
Oh yeah,
We got
Silver.
Meredith back. We got Connor back. That was all the alumni.
We do have Meredith as well.
Oh yeah, Meredith.
Meredith. Oh god. I don't want to talk about Meredith after season 13 game.
Yeah. Hey, listen, Civ, you made her one of the top 10 players of Era too. We got to talk about her.
We will have to talk about it.
Meredith
You know the worst part? Meredith's game annoyed me so much, and yet I still have her in the top 10. I can't handle Meredith's game, man. It's bugging me out.
Oh.
Okay, so I think we should start off with
obviously no shade to Meredith personally, but
Yeah.
You do play a fuck ton of orgs, but we're cool. So we'll start off this talking about this season with the greatest first boot of Survivor history. Jack Dev. Angie, how many messages did Jack Dev send to you?
He sent I think he sent 3 tribe chat messages and 5 in our one-on-ones, and that was it. So it was pretty unanimous. Froggo was throwing out the Jack Dev name at first, and then I was talking to everyone, and it seemed like everyone's on the same page. And I was telling Siren, I was asking Jack Dev, I was like, "Hey, Jack Dev, who are you voting for?" And he got no response, and I told Siren about it. It's and we were thinking that he was gonna self-vote and strike, which happened, and it became super unanimous. It was a 7-0 vote. So yeah.
And a lot of the pre-swap a lot of the pre-swap portions of the tribals were all pretty unanimous. So I'll just ask both Angie and DB this: what were your guys' strategies going into the season?
I
Ooh.
think mine. I think I was like trying to do maybe another like little under the radar sort of like strategy. I think I didn't expect like my Shimada tribe, like half of them to be like a bit like inactive and like dry, and like half of them to be like comp beasts. I worked solidly like socially with like Rogo and Siren, so like I really liked them. So, but yeah, I just like I think like going into merge, I was hoping to become like a more under the radar player, like it was in season 6.
Yeah.
I think my strategy coming in was just to have fun. Just
Yeah,
because
that's a
last season was kind of miserable to me, so I just kind of figured, you know what? I get a free autocast. I'm gonna let loose. I'm gonna be a little silly. Just see what ends up happening. I don't come in with strong strategies anyway, necessarily. I kind of did in season 12, but
Oh
even
yeah, my
that's kind
strategy
of a
was
loose
strong as well.
strategy. If
Yeah.
that, I just kind of wanted to touch base with some new people, hang out, have some fun,
Yeah.
and just see what happens. And oh boy, a lot of shit did end up happening.
Yep.
So obviously we had a very crazy swap, but before that, I think the craziest pre-swap tribal was probably the redhead tribal. So
Yeah, I
what
remember that.
happened there, Angie?
I can't. I was like very vague. I know that like Meredith was like planning to throw out either Mantine or Redhead because I think they were like the least social and maybe the least like contributive. Within the tribe, so I was like, maybe we should go Redhead. And I think like Redhead was like starting to like throw out stuff and like Frogger's name was thrown, so like I think I just went with Redhead because like Siren and I thought he was sort of overplaying and I was like I really liked Frogger over like Redhead anyway, so like I kind of wanted to go with him. I was either gonna be like Redhead or Manzi next anyway, so yeah. But from at least from what I remember, I think it was like maybe it was the tribal I remember the least out of all the season tribals. I think there were a lot of crazier tribals within the swap and the merge.
Yeah,
we
there will
also
be a
got
lot crazier.
we also got the legendary Alan blindsiding Skylar by force because Sierra forced him to, which
Yeah, I
is kind of
remember.
the
I
start
remember.
of
Two?
everything.
Oh boy.
God. Yeah, no, wait. Oh yeah, Alan. Wait a minute. Who didn't have a vote that round?
It was Alan.
Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah, it was Alan. Yeah,
wait,
yeah,
it
yeah. Because he
was
wasn't
yeah.
allowed to
Alan
check.
didn't have a vote that round.
Okay, so Alan, I think
yeah, but
Alan
see,
wanted like Morgan out at first, and then like I think it was switched on to Skylar for some reason. So yeah.
yeah, because Sierra, no, because the plan was because there was like a 4-person alliance between Alan, Sierra, Skylar, and Evan. And
Oh
then
wow.
Sierra just said, I kind of hate Skylar. Can we vote him out? And Evan was like, yeah, we can do that. And Alan was like, no, I don't want to do that. But Sierra said, yeah,
Yeah,
fuck you, and did it anyways.
Yeah. I mean, Alan
Yeah.
can do much about it anyway, except like persuade them, because like he didn't have a vote to begin with.
Right. But
that
obviously that would change pretty soon.
Yeah.
obviously Sierra ends up getting her karma later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before we get to that, I want to we spread a lot of love to Jack Dev 1, who's clearly in contention for one of the best players of all time. But we don't
Shout out to
talk. I
Google
do
as
not
well.
think we talk nearly enough about Google.
Yeah.
Angie, how many messages did you say that Jack Dev sent you?
Like yeah, three in like trap chat, 5 in like that's like one-on-ones or vice versa. I can't remember exactly.
See,
But it's like around that.
that is 5 more messages in your one-on-ones than I got from him.
From Google.
Yeah, he did not send me a single message in the fucking one-on-ones. It was
Love
incredible.
that.
and then he sent like one little message in the tribal chat by the time it came around. I think he said his arm broke or something.
Yeah, I remember
Or
that he
something
was like
like that.
injured or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You would have thought his keyboard broke the way he played, not his arm, but you know, rest in peace to a real one. We Google and Jack Dev won. The true goats.
So
Yes.
then we get our first tribal council, which kind of spurs the whole chaos at the beginning, which is the Mantine vote out. Now, Mantine's was pretty inactive in season 9, but
Yeah.
there's something to
Right.
be said that Steven, this is the start of Steven's character arc, man.
Yeah.
Steven is the person of
Yeah.
Survivor. Uh,
Steven and I were pretty tight starting off. What was it? Tribes of 4? I want to say
It was 3 tribes of 5.
3 tribes of 5, right? So we swapped with Butter and Toast, and I got to know Toast and Butter pretty well. And Mantine didn't say shit to us until Tribal came around, and all of a sudden he started saying, "Oh hey, I will go ahead and help you guys get to the end." So he said that to apparently everyone. Steven was apparently semi-convinced by him. So I did, admittedly, a very sneaky thing. And I ended up telling him we would vote out Toast, maybe?
I think Toast did receive a vote.
Yeah, Toast was the other option.
Yeah, I told him that we would vote Toast, and then I voted Mantine out. He was not a fan of that, admittedly. I can't say I blame him in hindsight, but
given that Mantine was in Urgi Shimada, yeah, I wasn't that surprised that he got voted out when he did due to his social game. Like we didn't like get anywhere as much as some of my other some of my other original tribe mates. So yeah, I think it was an expected vote from me at least.
Right.
Yeah.
And then we have the wildest, the first of many crazy vote counts in season 9. Where this one is let me count, a 5-4 vote between Alan and Sierra, the culmination of one of Survivor's greatest rivalries. Between Sierra and Alan.
Yes. This is an all-time vote right here. This is an all-time vote right here.
So initially, to try and point out the context, Alan, for whatever reason, I guess physical game, was really threatened by Froggo. So he decided to get everyone together and say, "Hey guys, we should totally throw the challenge and vote out Froggo." Now, let's bring in one of the other most iconic Survivor players, Morgan. Morgan didn't listen to the plan and got like a 4 on the challenge, which lowest score means the best score, by the way. So Morgan got a 4. And then, what did you get, Angie?
I got like 18. I did shit in that challenge.
Yeah.
Everyone in in Angie and Ellen and Morgan's tribe did very bad, except for Morgan. And then everyone in DB's tribe did very like mediocre. So it tied. So I just decided to say, I'm not doing a tiebreaker. Both of you can go to trial and work your shit out. So they do that. Alan tries to bring in, I think, Sierra, and I think Alan initially tries to bring in you, DB.
Yeah. We were talking well at the start. We kind of had we were looking to get Froggo out. At the start.
I was told Echo. Which made sense.
Echo.
Yeah, Echo. Because he got
Echo
like,
and Mix.
I think, yeah, because so Echo in Final 15, I think he got a strike for not doing the challenge, even though we won. And then Final 14, he abstained. So yeah, he didn't provide as much within the tribe. So I was like talking a bit to Sierra, and I was like, maybe he could be like the obvious boot. Because like, it's not that. He doesn't provide much.
Right.
And yeah.
There was some potential for a cross-tribe collaboration.
Yeah.
I guess there still kind of was at the end of the day, but
Yeah.
holy shit, a lot of it blew up near the start.
Yeah, a lot went down. Do one of you even remember why they started fighting? Like, did Sierra want to change the vote?
I think she did. Yeah, that's
She might have.
what
Yeah.
I woke up to it and I was like, what the fuck is
Well,
this?
listen,
This is so erratic.
I was in Ireland at the time, so the time zones were different. I just kind of remember. I think I woke up and Sierra and Alan fucking hated each other when I woke up, and Alan was trying to get me to flip on to Sierra.
Trying to get to do that to me as well.
Yeah, and I mean, aside from the fact that she was my girlfriend at the time, and things might not have ended up well, it made no sense for me to work with Alan over Sierra. I didn't know the fucker. He kept trying to like fucking godfather me. He's like, if you don't work with me, I will get you out. And like, dude, I don't fucking know you. You're not in the same tribe as me. I'm not fucking scared by you. So I was just like, I don't know what the fuck's going on. He seems to be freaking out at Sierra, having some weird freak out at her, start saying shitty things about her. I can make a joke right now about how I think that's based now. I don't even know if I believe that now, because I don't know what exactly happened between them, and I'm not that bitter of an ex, but it was just like, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, there was beef from like a prior org that they played in that carried over into Civivor 9.
It was Puppet Viber, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was
Puppet Viber 22. I did I was a brief player in that season. I was not there for the beef though.
So initially it seems like everyone's all ganged up on Alan, but then Alan brings in the once again iconic player Steven, and Steven has something called a parasite power. Now what this does is you basically can have an extra vote and a seal vote in your pocket. However, both of them have to be played at the exact same time, and you have to win like a mini challenge in order to get it.
Yeah.
Oh, the Maxime challenge. It was pretty cool. It was pretty fun.
Yeah.
So then Steven uses that, steals Angie's vote, extra votes against Sierra. Now, this is still 4-4. You still have, you still have Morgan voting Alan, you still have Sierra voting Alan, you still have DB voting Alan, and you still have Frago voting Alan. So for some reason, Toast flips on Sierra, the person who saved her twice.
Yeah.
For no reason.
They
Yeah, I was as a tribal. I was like pretty like honest about my vote being stolen because like I didn't want like anyone to like be mad at me or anything. So like I didn't want anyone like any hostility. So I was like hoping that someone knew like whoever got like didn't get voted out. I hope they like forgive me or whatever. So yeah, but yeah, I was surprised that Sierra went out until like until my vote.
The rivalry didn't last long, but it was a banger end.
Yep.
Yeah. Ended iconically. And then we go to our next tribal council, which is a 3-person tribal council.
Yeah.
The other thing, we had the reward tribal as well.
Yeah, we had the reward tribal. Alan won that. I forgot what I even gave Alan.
I think you gave him the gambler's idol.
Oh yeah, I think I did give him the
Yeah.
gambler's idol.
Yeah, we'll get more into
So-
that later in Final 9.
So then we have that 3-person tribal. Steven plays his idol. He doesn't idol out Toast because it's 2-1 because DB didn't want to be funny and vote Steven out. But yeah, Toast. It would have been such a banger if Steven idols out Toast in a 3-person tribal.
Well, the thing is, like,
Yes.
I was still kind of ambiguous as to whether Steven voted with him or not, but I kind of picked up pretty quickly that Toast voted Sierra. Like, okay, this is bullshit. And just like I kind of just kind of figured, okay, the devil I know versus the devil I don't. So Steven and I had a bit of a reconciliation. I don't know how genuine it was on his end, but I figured, okay, let's work together. And then I kind of figured me and him were back to trusting each other. I was a little bit confused by the idol at the time. I didn't realize he voted Sierra yet. He didn't tell me until Raya was voted out, actually, which was kind of funny. But
Yeah.
yeah, that's the behind the scenes on that one.
And then Silver gets voted out at the next tribe swap, which
Didn't Alan vote? Didn't Alan throw that challenge as well?
Yeah.
Oh my god, they weren't gonna win anyway because we had Steven and Steven was like very keen on like the rap challenge and he like wrote his own bars. Like everyone provided information about like people from the Shimada tribe.
And also the funniest thing is that obviously not to go too deep into merge, but pretty much every Shimada 3.0 gets out early to mid merge. It's like a secret pagonging no one knew about, even though it wasn't intentional at all. Everyone except Evan. Everyone except Evan made it.
Yeah, and one thing that I do think we have to talk about during the Silver tribal, Silver didn't have their vote, but Siren ends up voting DB.
Yeah.
At that round.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna get to that as well. I've heard there was a power shot war between Silver and Echo, which I'll get more into later. Yeah, I'll get more into later. That final 8 as well, because that was the worst case scenario. That was like the only worst case scenario in final 8, which I'll get into later.
Yeah.
So then we go into merge, which is what breaks Angie's perfect game.
No. Oh, merge round for me it was well. I met like probably there was one person I didn't meet in the pre-merge at all at the merge, and he seemed to be like the most important like person in my game because we became like a duo, and it started awkward at first, but like we got along eventually, and I'll get to that later. And then the challenge was R-Tab, and I didn't try that hard on it in all honesty because I didn't want to win first immunity because I think that would put a target on my back. But I unknowingly had one at the tribal, and I was like so nervous because if Frog had an idol, I was out. I knew that.
Yeah, it was a split vote between Froggo and Angie, with Froggo just throwing a stray vote at DB, which means DB has gotten 2 stray votes thrown his way.
Well,
my god,
I got my first stray vote at the whatchamacallit, the Silver boot, and apparently, from what I understand, Alan threw that initially to get me out, but everyone's like, "No, wait, what the fuck? Why?" No, Silver sucks. Let's get Silver out. By the way, just to emphasize the fact that Silver didn't learn anything, Silver came up to me. He's like, "Hey, DB, you know who we should get out? We should get out Siren, because he won once. He won, and he almost won the other time. He's a big threat." And it's like, you do realize the reason he lost in season 5 was partially because people didn't like him, right? I was just like, I'm not entertaining this again, dude.
Yeah. We've already been down that path once.
Yeah, and apparently the reason Siren voted for me is that Alan wants to act like the fucking Godfather again. I was like, if you don't vote for DB, I will get you out next.
Oh
Which
my god.
Alan was certainly a character. We'll get
You want to
into.
know something?
Which is
Actually,
hilarious because
Alan was so nice to me. Like, in I don't know if it was like genuine or if it was like not. Well, he was like he told me, but he was like gonna vote for me at final 11. I was like, oh, thanks. Like, just
which is
Yeah.
hilarious
Oh,
because
what a
Alan
battle.
doesn't even vote DB.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Alan didn't even vote me.
Yeah, as we mentioned earlier.
The merge idol was found, which I'll get to later as well.
Yeah.
The merge idol hunt was so base.
Yeah.
I can't even.
Oh my god.
Oh,
The result of that one left me shocked in the end.
Yeah, so after the Froggo boot, we have the sad DB boot who gets I think it's like a 7 to 1 to 1. Something like
Yeah.
that. Pretty
Oh my
much
god,
like,
this
pretty
guy's
much
very-
pretty much everybody votes DB except Echo who got a strike vote and Connor who gets a strike.
Yeah.
He got a strike
Yeah, and
DB.
Connor
wow.
will not have his vote for the next two tribals after that
Oh
as well.
my god.
We gotta talk about auctions first.
Oh god.
I guess people were just too sad to vote for DB, I guess.
I guess.
I don't
It- that-
I didn't want to vote for DB, but like it seemed like everyone was gonna vote for DB anyway. But
Yeah,
later, like with Froggo and DB going, I knew I was next. So I was
Like-
like, I gotta win this next immunity, and Evan was like, you gotta win it. I was like, oh boy, I sure do fucking hope so.
Yeah, like I kind of realized I was going because people stopped talking to me, and like Alan kind of talked to me a little bit because I was trying to like nicen things out with him. I made a joke. I honestly forget how serious I lived by this, but I kept saying I was gonna drink the blood from his skull for getting my girlfriend out or some shit like that, like some like cartoony over the top shit. But the guy was trying to like partially smooth things out with him, partially I kind of wanted him out that round just because he kind of seemed like he was an obvious power player. And he said something vague, like I think I was doing like a trip to Scotland that weekend. He's like, well, I hope you enjoy your trip. Like saying that like he wasn't going to talk to me after the trip. And I think I kind of realized like after that, I was like, oh, I'm probably going here. But like I couldn't do anything. I didn't have any idols. So it's like, well, it's time to start tuning up the violin and play it as my Titanic goes down.
Yeah, the sad DB vote out.
Yeah.
That's right. Your
So
name on
then we get to the first of like 4 nutcase merge tribals. The first of which being the auction episode. So Angie, you want to weigh in a little on that?
Yeah, okay, so I wanted to go for the immunity at first because I knew I had like a huge target on my back, and then Morgan spent like all 500 on like the immunity for shits and gigs. I was like, no, because I didn't want to like bank my luck on that. And I didn't want to go for a public idol or like a hidden item in case I got like a disadvantage, because like I don't want like my target to grow bigger. So I tried to lower it by going for like the autocast and the and gravy. And the funniest thing was that Evan actually opted out of gravy, so I won it, so I could win it, and went for the immunity instead, which was like the complete opposite of what I did. And then Steven went for like a shit ton of items as well, from what I remember. I know that Siren, Alan, and Meredith got like all the hidden items, and Steven went for like the showstopper, and the dead man walking. So we'll get to that one now. I was happy that I won gravy though, so I got to talk in Daytona, and I didn't know that. Yeah, it was like
I didn't win immunity, but I won somehow.
You won the friends along the way.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
So yeah, dead man walking. Oh,
So then we get to the showstopper twist that Steven bought, which is a thing that basically you get 4 randomized votes. So Steven got 2 votes for Siren and 1 for Echo and Connor, respectively. So then we get the dead man walking twist. Dead man walking is essentially not a tribal, but you vote someone to get a disadvantage. That disadvantage is you cannot vote for 2 tribal councils. And lo and behold, they all voted Connor, someone who already was not allowed to vote that tribal. So
yeah, that was a bit of a plan towards that one. I think they were trying to blindside me, but a blindside Alan was already taking place. But unfortunately, that got leaked because Evan told Steven, and Steven was like essentially Alan's right hand man. So Steven was like sort of leaked it back to Alan, and Alan just like approached Evan, and it got like from what I saw in that one-on-ones preseason, it got wild. But yeah, there was a plan to get me out as well, but Alan, of course, because like it was completely obvious that he wanted me out. But so we rallied. So yeah, there was a hell of BC, and he told me to vote Siren, and I was like, yeah, I'll vote Siren. And I was like, nah, I'm voting Alan, like in my head. And I was like gonna vote for Connor as like our ploy, like for the dead man walking, and then yeah, we got the numbers to vote Alan in the end, and he got out in a ridiculous vote. And the funniest thing was that none of the votes for Alan were randomized whatsoever.
Yeah, because Evan had 1 vote on Alan and 2 votes on Steven. And Steven
One of the
Steven's 4 votes had 2 on Siren, 1 on Echo, and 1 on Connor.
So this is pretty much the tribal where Steven's whole game plan just breaks.
Yeah.
Because he loses Alan, who is a close ally. Connor can't vote. Echo voted Angie. So pretty much all his allies are dissipating in front of him. Evan, Angie,
Alan didn't use
Morgan,
again with Idol either.
yeah,
And he could have saved himself with it.
Evan, Angie, Morgan, and Meredith all vote Alan. And then
Yeah.
you have the 2 stray random votes on, Connor and Echo. So then we have the most based idol out in Survivor history, where gotta love if you guys love stray voting your own ally out of the game, you'll love this one, where the plan, because you have 3 people left in the game, basically. You have a minority of 3, basically a majority trio alliance, and then Meredith and Siren doing God knows what. So obviously the choices are pretty obvious between Steven, Connor, and Echo. So Connor plays his idol on himself, negates like I think it's 4 votes, 3 votes. I don't know. So then that happens, and then obviously the plan between the 2 of Steven and Echo was to vote Morgan. And then Steven votes Angie.
I don't know why. You want to know why he voted me? Because of a touchy subject thing. Because I put him down as like the least trusted, and the reason why it wasn't really because like I supposedly thought of it, but because I thought like because he like sort of like outed himself as like someone who voted for Siren and not Alan at that level. Like I knew he was gonna be like in the minority. I was like, maybe we could maybe it's gonna be Steven that's gonna be in the majority for that question, sir. And then he just like based his vote on that, from what I heard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Out of Connor's negated votes, then at a 2 to 1 to 1, where Echo gets idled out by his own ally, essentially. When that wasn't even the plan. Although I think Echo gets voted out at the re-vote anyways.
Yeah, the only worst case scenario was that if Echo used his parashot, like his parasite powers, his parashot, which he still had, and we flushed that out from him. So lucky us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One more thing to talk about this tribal is the iconic strategy we got from Evan, where he intentionally flushed his idol to lower his threat level because he was kind of becoming a big man on the campus at this point. You know, the big man Allen was out, DB was out, Steven was hiding in a corner. It was basically next trial was basically between Evan and Siren, and thanks to Evan, doing the intentional misplay, it became Siren as the main contact, which played into the final 7, where Siren doesn't play his idol for reasons I still don't understand, because
I don't understand either.
this man's a glorified comp beast to pretty much every Survivor player. Everyone knows him as a comp beast, so he doesn't
Even
play his
though-
idol.
I don't know why he got voted out.
Even though he will consistently say that he's not, he is.
He's won like 2 comp. He's won 3 comp beast. No, wait, no. DB won season 5 comp beast. He's won 2 comp beast awards. So yeah. So then
His name was also thrown out at like the 3 or 4 tribals, like after his immunity win. So yeah, and
Siren.
so I didn't understand why he didn't play. We flushed out like 3 advantages from him, and I think he believed me when I said I'm voting Steven out of the game, which I didn't. I told Steven that I was actually voting Siren, and I told him the truth. So yeah.
Yeah, and because Siren plays his idol, then Steven goes because
Meredith
Morgan.
needs to
I know
definitely
Connor
win.
voted Morgan,
Yeah.
but
Connor
Morgan
voted
had it.
Morgan.
Because he was. Yeah, it's funny because Connor came up to me about a 4-person, like a final 4 thing between me, him, Meredith, and Morgan, and that's how I knew it was like kind of fake. I don't think it would have been my ideal final 4 because like I still have loyalties elsewhere, so you know.
And thanks to that final 4, quote unquote plan, we get a final 6 vote every org host dreams of. Everyone has dreamed of a legendary 3-2 to 1 vote, and that's exactly what we got between Connor,
Yep.
Meredith, and Steven. Where where Steven and Connor were pretty much fed up with Meredith's shit at this point and tried to vote out Meredith. Meredith was pretty much campaigning against Steven and Evan, and since Evan had immunity, Meredith had no choice but to vote for Steven.
Yeah.
And
And then there was the rest of
And
us.
nobody listened.
no one. So, what was the plan between you, Evan, and Morgan for voting Connor out?
I know that Evan's reasoning had to do with like I think Connor was like pretty like not like smart, pretty like social. So he could like try and make someone flip at like 5. So like I know like Connor and Steven could be considered like a duo of some sort or like and Meredith did buy into like the fake. I think Meredith was the only ones of buying into the like Connor's fake final 4 deal, which I told her was fake after the Connor boot. So yeah, and then I think my reasoning for it was like I tried to like gather them together because like we talked like in one-on-ones instead of our alliance. I was like, hey, let's talk to our alliance to see where us 3 can go from here because like we have like essentially the reins, like they can go either way and we'd still like be in the majority. But yeah, my reasoning is because like it seemed like Connor was playing both sides with the fake final 4 alliance and then like him wanting to take I don't know if there's like a fray between like him, Evan, and Steven, but like yeah, I think from what I like gathered, yeah, it seemed like he was like playing both sides, and I was like, I know that type of gameplay. I've done this before. I gotta get Connor out, and I think Connor was the one who like who would probably least expect like
like some votes on him, in all honesty, because I think like given that he's going to like lead the whole thing, yeah, I I, I think that's why I wanted to like I think he least expected and it'd probably be like a bloodshed on his end. So yeah.
So after that, we have Meredith getting voted out, who won POTS. I will say, as iconic as season 9 is, the competition wasn't that great, but that's what makes it so amazing, in my opinion, is then everyone is just going nuts and for the silliest of reasons.
Yeah,
And there's no better example of this than the final 4 tribal council of season
Jesus
9,
God.
Yes.
where out of fucking nowhere, Morgan just shows everyone his FTC speeches.
Oh my god, I got the whole
Oh.
story. So back in like five, final five maybe, I think he started talking to me about like his speech. He's like, "Do you have any ideas about like how you want to do your speech?" And I was like, "Yeah, I got like a brief idea, but like I'm not gonna like show him like tell him how I'm gonna like do it or like use an adjective," which he did with me in final four. So yeah, and then I convinced him to like I was like, keep Evan over Steven, please, if one of us wins immunity, just to like prove my loyalty. And I feel like Steven had like a lot of friends in the jury, so like maybe like they were already like wanting to vote him over Evan, and like maybe Evan like sort of like betrayed like people as much as it hurt. So yeah, that was like the start of Final Four, and then come Final Four, Steven wins, and Morgan goes up to me and says that he's gonna start his quote unquote God tier speech. I'm like, what? You didn't even win the final immunity. So and then I was like so baffled about it. And I was like a little like angry as well because like he was very confident that he was gonna make final four. Like anything could even happen in final four. Like he can go to fire, which is like kind of ironic given one of like the more recent events. Given that I mentioned that. I go up to Evan and he's like, and I'm like, oh my gosh, Morgan's already like writing his speech. Like, what is this? And then Morgan goes to Evan and like talks about like the social politics of a game or something. And then that made Evan annoyed. And then we were just like, let's clear up Morgan. Like, we knew that we were going to lose like guaranteed jury votes for each other. Like, I think I think both of us just wanted to take each other to FTC anyway. So, and make it like really fun and positive and like a total vibe. Cause like we like trusted each other a lot and had like a strong bond and a strong loyalty towards each other, like compared to like either of us and Morgan. Like, so yeah, we just went with the Morgan plan and we told Steven and Steven went along with it. So yeah, it was a 3-1. And I was shocked that Morgan voted me over Evan, you know, honestly. We were so confused after the vote.
Gen Chat went crazy when Evan survived that.
Yeah.
Because Evan was pretty much the favorite to win by like final 9.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, I
yeah,
was surprised that like the speech, like the whole Morgan speech was like a whole meme since like Final 7. I was surprised. I was holy that
I'm, sur-
whole Final
I'm
Tribal
surprised
speech was
even
like a meme
Steven went
itself.
through with the Morgan vote. I think
Yeah,
yeah,
Steven would
no,
at least try to
honestly,
shoot
I
Evan.
was surprised too. I
yeah,
thought he
I
was
think,
like
Yeah.
taking me or Evan the fire. Honestly,
like
yeah, I think Steven not going with that kind of killed his game a bit.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I think it was arguably that moment where Evan won the game, just
Yeah.
because as funny as it was, I still think it's hilarious to this day. But from a gameplay point, it doesn't make that much sense to keep
Yeah.
Evan over Morgan.
I
But
mean,
I mean,
Yeah, and Steven had the most say over that vote because he could have easily just put it into fire.
yeah, I know.
I will say that like, was it a dumb move on my end? Yes. Do I have any regrets? I actually don't.
You know what? Fair enough.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I got really mixed.
Okay.
I got really mixed reviews after the season about that move. Like some people actually thought like it was a pretty funny and base move because of the
Yeah.
whole like spec reactions. And they were like, and I actually got praise. I was like, holy shit! But I also got like a bunch of criticisms, which and I was
Yeah.
I feel like Evan how mixed it was like per season, and he got like a bit upset about how mixed it can be. And he's like, I
This
hope you
will
don't
not
regret
be
it. I'm
the
like,
only
I don't.
questionable Morgan thing we discuss this podcast.
No.
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 Uh,
So obviously, and we go into the FTC, which is between Evan, Steven, and Angie. Evan wins 5-3. Evan gets Meredith, Siren, DB, Allen, and Fraga's votes, while Steven gets Morgan, Connor, and Echo's votes. Pretty self-explanatory votes, I think, for the most part. Obviously,
Yeah.
we did have that very goofy nerd emote moment where Siren decides to be a molding jury for whatever reason and makes
Yeah.
Steven cry, which is
Yes.
a
Him
bit
and
too
Echo
far in
would
my
make
opinion.
yeah. Him and Echo made Steven cry at the final tribal. Evan and I cried like a little for our own reasons, but like not because of like a jury or anything. But yeah, I don't think I had like any regrets or any like too many regrets in season 9, even though I could have played a better game. I don't think I could have imagined a final tribal with anyone else. And I'm like really glad that like the most deserving person like won it, and it was like my number one in the end. So that's pretty cool.
yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, on
Like
the
I
Siren part,
definitely
it's going to be the only
yeah.
time he's a bitter juror this era, of course.
Yeah.
Of course, definitely.
Yeah.
Well,
No
yeah, no,
foreshadowing, no foreshadowing at all here.
Yeah. Although there is a little thing that we should discuss, because Evan was in contention for a little while of getting an S plus, but he got dropped down to an S because his FTC was kind of mid.
Oh.
He had a
I was
he had a
surprised that I had
couple.
the best one. I'll be honest. I thought Steven was gonna be better, and Evan was gonna might have been a little worse. That's what I pitched to Morgan as well. But I was surprised that Steven's just FTC speech was like really not that great. And
Yeah, it was.
we were shocked that like Steven got his speech done quickly as well. And when I saw it, I was like, wow. I was like the last one to finish my speech. Mine took like over 24 hours, and his took under. So I was a bit surprised there. I didn't think I had the best. I didn't think I would have the best speech out of all three of us either. It shocked me as well.
So before we move into season 10, DB, what was your thought process on voting Evan?
Well, Evan, for one thing, is Evan. He's very nice and likable. There was some kind of conversation earlier on that people like, how nice is he really? Which didn't end up panning out this season. It might have some issues later on, but we'll get to that when we get to that. But Evan seemed pretty nice, friendly, genuine. His speech was solid. Angie delivered the best, like, readability, viewability, but Evan was pretty honest, admitted his faults when he needed to. I was considering voting Steven. Fun fact, Alan annoyed me. If Alan annoyed me a little bit more, I might have voted Steven.
And we would have gone to me voting
Yeah, it would have
for
gone
winner,
to you,
and
so
the
it wouldn't have
outcome
mattered, but
would not have changed.
Alan, who I'd like to think I'm cool with now. I don't have any issues with him. I hope he doesn't with me. But he was just like saying like, well, everyone clearly needs to vote for Alan for Evan because he's
For Alan, yes.
he's the best. He's the best one, and if you don't vote for him, you're clearly bitter and upset. Even though
My
Alan was
gosh.
earlier saying like, oh yeah, he doesn't like me. He's a lot
Yeah, I
less than
saw
me.
the
So
I saw the
I
kangaroo things. Yeah.
I rolled my eyes. I was like, okay, buddy.
Yeah, when people said stuff about like I saw stuff in like Ponderosa about like what was said about Evan, and I didn't really like believe into them as much as like everyone else in that jury did. So yeah, I just like kept. So yeah, I just like had my own individual thoughts and like didn't buy into their own like their thoughts within the season. I was
Yeah.
nice about it.
Yeah, it was. But Evan gave the best. I think he had the best all around FTC speech. I kind of viewed myself going for any of the three.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I think one of the main reasons I didn't vote you is because I know you too well outside of this. Is like, okay,
Oh
I don't want to
shit!
be too obvious. I don't want to
Oh,
just give her
shit.
a vote.
Wow.
Just
Wow.
listen. You're my friend. I don't want. I overcorrected possibly, but also Evan played the best game. I think he deserved to win there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think we can move on to season 10.
The best season.
No.
Woo.
Which not the worst season and not even bottom 3. It's easily the most controversial season of Survivor so far. You had pretty much I think we had like 10 controversies in season 10.
No.
And controversies. God.
God.
Somewhere along that line.
Some
Where
of them I don't even think I'm aware of yet.
Yeah, this is the first season I've been in production for, so yeah. The start was like there was a lot of controversies at the start, and I was like, "Holy shit!" Because there was like the first 4 people who went, 3 of them went due to controversies, and one was a walk. So yeah, let's start with Chat GPT Gate, I guess.
God, yeah, GPT 8. Where
Yeah.
Echo, where I guess we had a creative comp going on at the time, and Echo and Random decided to use a Chat GPT, which not cool. If you volunteer to do the writing part of the comp, don't use Chat GPT. Is my suggestion.
Or any
So
other AI
Siren,
tool.
yeah. So Siren caught on to Ruste, very rare Ruste W, by the way, guys. Ruste caught on to that, DM'd me and Siren and told us about that. So we had to throw Echo and Random out for good.
I always thought it was B that did that.
Yeah, B was
No,
like I think B was like a English major or something from what I
yeah,
remember. She worked in
she
the
was
library as well. So yeah, I
yeah.
know she was like a passionate writer, and yeah, I think she pinged us in like tribe chat and told us about like the writing aspect of the Minutemen and the Railroad Tribe stories.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So
Yeah.
that all happened, and then we had Harry. I think his name was. I've already fucking forgot who he was.
Yeah,
Or,
it was
no, that
Harry.
was Harry.
Harry the walked.
Harry walked. That was Rick that like cussed Uli out for no reason. Which yeah, by the way, guys, this is our first Uli season since season 5.
My God.
Oh boy.
Now, admittedly,
Yeah.
Yuli's not really a big factor in season 10, but we did have him here.
I mean, he did have like that one annoying part where he like tried to ship Angie with a minor. That was
Oh
pretty goofy.
Oh yeah.
God.
Was that
Yelp-
in that season? Wait, that was during that season?
Yeah, he did
Yeah.
that. He did that in Spec Chat, I think, like after season 5, and then he did it again twice in season 10.
Yeah.
Oh dear God.
He shipped me with a minor of the same sex when I'm a straight man who was at the time in a relationship. So
Yeah, he did that.
wasn't cool.
He also did that with me to Puppet, and Puppet was a minor at the time, and I'm also straight, so that was pretty annoying. But yeah, Rick cussed Uli out. I think he told him to like commit some little bad things, which were not good. So we decided to ban Rick on the spot. Rare Uli W. Uh, and then Harry walked, which was very annoying. And then next, we finally get our first tribal, where I think Chima gets voted out. If I remember
The
Fucking
goat
Chima.
Chima,
Chima.
Fucking
Chima.
the true goat. I think yeah, oh yeah, Chima, whatever. Yeah, I think most of what was going on was Chima was very dry with pretty much all of that group, so it was a
Yeah,
pretty
and he
easy
was not
vote.
in that alliance. There was an alliance. I think it was Rusty,
Yeah, with Rusty,
Tawny,
Porny,
Josh.
and Josh.
Yeah. Oh, I think Brandon was in it too. Fucking Brandon.
Brandon was initially.
Brandon,
Yeah, Brandon was like initially in it, I think.
Yeah.
okay, yeah, he was initially in it. Then of course, Corny was trying to take him out later because Brandon was just nowhere to be found.
Can we talk
Yeah.
about the most iconic rivalry though, given that we're like up to this
Oh, yeah,
part of the
Yeah,
pre-merge?
Eerier and BHG.
Oh my god. Here and be. Hey guys, did you? I didn't know I was playing an org. How was
I was saying in order.
how was I supposed to know I was supposed to be active?
Oh.
My god.
That wasn't goated. I swear to God.
Yeah, those two, when you get those two personalities on that tribe, it's just you know stuff is gonna come out of it. That's great. You know when BHG is there, you're always gonna get something great in general.
Yeah, BHG is. He's a person, but he gives some of the most iconic moments ever. And when you get like shitpost player like Eerier and then a very passive aggressive man like BHG, you're bound for just complete fun. So that happened. Eerier gets voted out, and then BHG gets voted out right after.
Yeah.
And then shortly after that, we get the arc, the arc that we initially liked, but then started to hate as it progressed, was Ruste getting voted out and then continuously coming back.
Oh
Yes.
god.
Yes.
I can't believe there used to be a time where we used to slander Max. I feel very bad for that.
Yeah, because what happened that tribal was Max and Groot wanted to make a move on Rusty, and they both had extra votes, so they decided to use both of them on Rusty, which is why Rusty ended up going home. And I think I don't remember how many people were at that tribe, but I think it was like by like 1 or 2 votes.
It was by a few. I forgot who. I think Jesus was there. Puppet was there.
Jesus. Oh my god.
I can't believe Puppet called himself Jesus at the time.
Oh
He called himself-
yeah. We just forgot about that Puppet calling himself Jesus.
Applying as Jesus, which he tried to do in season 1, by the way. Thankfully, we had enough apps where we were like, no.
No, do not do that.
So big, we had no choice.
No, yeah, Puppet had a great arc this season because he was just so inactive, so just nothing throughout the season.
Oh
But it
my
was
gosh,
great.
my
was great. We
favorite
love
quote
Puppet.
unquote, my favorite quote unquote Jesus moment was that he got there was like a map twist and then there was like a nuke twist and he got nuke and he lost his vote and it didn't matter anyway. I was like, already got his vote stolen or something. And then he still voted for like Kamikaze in one of the rounds and Sid was like, you don't have a vote, but okay.
Kamikaze.
Oh my god, Kamikaze, dude. I don't know.
Ugh.
You know the craziest thing about that is that Uli, when Kamikaze used the idol to idle out Skylar, Uli stole his vote, which is kind of a thing that we do. We change that afterwards. After another tribal we'll get to later. But Uli stole Kamikaze's vote only to vote the same person that was going to go.
God. Yeah, yeah, because I think Kamikaze was originally gonna go, but but Trap and Josh just loved him.
For whatever reason.
Yeah, so they ended up flipping the vote onto Skylar.
Is that just like the Colorado tribe or whatever? Like the fucking
No,
alliance?
no, Josh lives in like
Josh is from
Kentucky.
Kentucky.
Oh God. That makes
Oh.
much more sense.
No, it wasn't. I know that Max and Trap were both like the MST people or something.
Yeah,
And
no,
that's how they,
Max.
like,
Max
bonded.
lives in Arizona. Max lived in Arizona.
Arizona.
Yeah.
And Trap was Colorado. So and they bonded over like their time zones. That's all I remember, at least.
Yeah,
I
because
forgot where
Arizona is
Kamikaze was
kind of
from.
because Arizona flips from PST to MST because we're cool like that. But
Kamikaze's
so yeah.
EST.
So yeah, we have that, and then we go to merge where Ruste like annihilates everyone in the first EOE
Yeah.
challenge because we had Edge of Extinction that challenge, which everybody hates because they hate Edge of Extinction. Everyone but me. I'm one of those assholes that like returning twists. Cry about it, but
Yeah,
Ruste did win.
Ruste won, and then it made like B less rootable in my eyes because like I think she just instantly just went to like her boyfriend. So
Yeah,
and they never met at like the pre-merge, so that was like crazy. It wasn't like a natural
also,
thing that
I do
like
think.
other people.
Well, I do. Yeah. Well, I do think part of it was because Rusty had already been voted out by like the Max group, whatever Max group or whatever, and Trap and Josh and people like that were always going to side with Max. So I think Rusty. So even if Rusty wasn't to be, I do have to kind of defend him on that because I don't really think he has much of a choice.
yeah. Although, before we talk about all the Rusty shit, we do have to give props for an initially iconic duo between Corny and B, which unfortunately we didn't give duo
Yes.
season 2 because B was being
I
such a
thought we
shithead
did.
at the end.
Yeah, we did.
No, we
Yeah, they did.
We did
Yeah, you
give
did.
him that because you said they gave off me and Evan energy.
Yeah, we didn't. Did we give him? I don't think we gave him duo.
Yes,
season
you
at the end.
did.
No, you did. You did. You
You
did.
I have
did.
to check. Fuck. But yeah, then we had the final 12 tribal where Knight went, and Knight was Knight's whole shtick that season was pretty much talking about substance that comes out of a part of a body. So that was pretty
Oh, Jesus
annoying.
Christ.
Oh Jesus.
I remember
God.
that Jenkins used like the duck or something to like nullify some votes at that tribal as well.
Yeah,
Between
Although I
like 3 people. Yeah.
yeah, no, it was between him. It was between Jenkins and Knight. Although I think Knight goes anyway
Yeah.
at that vote because I think there were some people that were kind of flip flopping on whether they were going to vote Knight or Jenkins during that round.
Yeah, I think it was gonna be like, was it a 6-6 without the duck or like no?
I think it was like 6-6. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think Uli and Connor at that point initially were with Ruste's crew, and then I think one other person. I think it was who was it? I forgot. It was someone, but yeah, that happened. And Knight gets voted out, and then Ruste gets voted out immediately after in a legendary fire making challenge that Max wins.
Let's go, Max! Woo!
They almost
Max.
pulled off the blind side almost because there was an advantage played on I think it was B. I don't know if they were splitting the
Oh
votes
yeah,
on
because
there.
every time that B did not win immunity, she gets like an advantage played on her for some reason.
B's like always the main target of anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was Rusty and Max that ended up getting in the tie. Because obviously B, Rusty, and Corny put their 3 votes on Max, and then entanglement happens, which which will not be the only time we see entanglement as a fire making challenge in season 10.
No, not at all.
Oh my god, I can't believe I did that twice, man.
Fucking RNG.
RNG, bro. So then we have a couple of pretty funny tribal councils. Uli gets blindsided. Then Connor becomes a goat and votes out Josh. Connor
Oh my gosh,
does
wait.
the goat.
Yeah, because what happened during the Yuli vote was
Didn't
Josh
Josh use like
and Trap
3
Trap wanted to split the votes on Yuli and Connor because
They were kind of
I
like
don't
a
even remember what was
duo.
supposed. I don't even remember what was supposed to happen because Corny bluffed his idol. Corny bluffed playing his idol the vote prior, and then
Yeah.
I guess they just wanted to go after them then. I guess, but it ended up backfiring because Connor was basically alienated from that side after that.
Like all I remember was Josh using 3 advantages. He didn't even like. I think you got him like give him to him because like he never had his water chip at all. Like
Yeah,
when
everyone kept
like,
stealing his chip.
Yeah.
Everyone was so bitter to Josh that he just kept getting his chip back.
And then he
Well,
got
yeah,
stolen
that
again. So.
That was a fantastic tribal.
Yeah.
And then after that, for some reason, Trap gets upset at Connor for flipping, even though Trap obviously made Connor on the bottom.
Wow! Oh my god! I can't believe Connor's mad at me. What the heck did I do?
Holy shit! I got blindsided by the person I blindsided. What a travesty!
What?
Yeah, and then during that tribal, him and Corny staged this public argument, which I don't really know why Trap would have agreed to it because it only served to hinder Trap.
Yeah.
Trap was all over the place. Trap didn't play bad, but Trap played a trapezium game. You can say that much.
Because it only served to make Trap look worse because he just looked really bad coming out of that. And if Corny plays his idol correctly that vote, he goes home. Which Corny did not, as Connor went.
Yeah,
but then we get the second edge challenge, I think, right?
And then Rusty wins again.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
It was closer.
Yeah, it was closer, but Reste won again, and then we get the most annoying tribal council of all time, where Jenkins
oh my god
pulls up J-Porg, and then RNGs to see whether he votes Max or Corny.
Corny.
And it lands on Max, which, I mean, Max has become a pretty famed player, and Corny's an underdog goat, so it's kind of sad to see either of them go. But you don't want to see either of them go via RNG.
Yeah.
Nah.
And Jenkins doing that completely kills his game because he voted out somebody that was working with him, and he had like no relationship with Corny, Rusty, and B prior to that.
Then after that, they go to Rocks in the final 6, which Corny goes out. So we have 2 of like the only players left that you want to see win go out via RNG.
Yeah, although that tribal was so weird because you have I think it was B was the immune person.
Of course
That
he
was
round?
is.
immune.
And
He was
then,
immune.
yeah, and then Rusty had an idol. No, I don't know. Rusty got the votes, and then Jenkins got the votes, and Trap played an idol on himself.
Yeah.
So it ended up. So it ended up being between Corny and Kamikaze,
Kamikaze.
and
Rock
Corny got rocked out,
Damn.
which immensely sucked for me because I was Team Corny all the way throughout the entire season. He kept coming back up after all the setbacks that he had. He would have taken B and Rusty to the end and probably ends up winning.
Corny
Oh
was
yeah,
awesome
for
season
sure.
10.
Yeah, Courtney was on it.
Corny was the shining light in the darkness that was season 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He really was, man. He really was.
But unfortunately, he got rocked out, and then we have the stupid Final Five tribal
Oh
where B pretty
no.
much decides to fall on her sword, but Rusty's like, "Oh, you can take my immunity. You can
Let me just make this absolutely clear. I don't fault Rusty for doing that. I'm going to be completely honest. I don't fault Rusty for doing that because Rusty knew that he was never going to win, and B had a much better shot at winning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
However, it's still annoying because it's a meta game duo.
Yeah.
But so that happens, and then B wins Final Four immunity, and the most questionable way possible because time makes no sense, by the way. And even though B clears herself, she is so annoying about it that I almost gave her a strike for it because she was
She
like,
was
"Now
like
you guys are
so
being mature."
yeah, she was so mean to production and like I was like, what is this change of character? Like I was so confused and I was so upset.
That's what I realized. That's what I tried to look back on because I know I was initially gonna give her award, but I refused it. It was the
Oh, the
Hero of the
hero
Season
one.
award,
Oh.
and after Final Four, it's like, yeah, no, fuck you. I'm giving it to Corny.
Yeah, yeah, because what happened was the Final Four immunity was the tower, and B ended up winning that. Although there was a bit of controversy between one of the games where I
Probably two
think,
of them.
yeah,
Because it was
where I think she
2048
may.
and Astro Alpaca. So
Yeah, there was thoughts about how she like slowed down the mechanics by some site that does that. And I
What
think
we
it started
also
off as no, it started off as Trap accusing her of it in confessionals for whatever reason. But then when Siren looked into it, he was starting to think that, it might have actually happened.
yeah.
Well, I think what we all thought at a time was that Ruste told B what the challenges were
Yes.
because
Yeah, because he ran the command in his subs channel as well. Like right when the
for
challenge was
B,
announced. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense.
So, and I still believe Ruste did that. I'm gonna be real. We don't have proof, but I still genuinely believe Ruste did that.
Yeah. Like there's no real way to disprove that he didn't and either. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So for now, this goes into like the controversy purgatory, where we'll really never have an answer to what actually happened.
yeah, and so because of that, yeah, Trap and Kamikaze go to fire, and Entanglement comes back,
The goat.
and Trap loses by I think around 40 points.
Yeah, something like that. Which is sad because Trap wasn't like a favorite to win. I mean, unless you look at fan favorite, in which case he got like a ridiculous amount of votes. I forgot how many votes the dude got, but
At
Yeah,
that point, he was the only rootable person because no one in the final three were that rootable.
I wouldn't really say that Trap was rootable in season 10. I love Trap,
Yeah, but
but
I
he
mean
was not
more.
rootable
I
in
mean
season
like
10.
more rootable than the other three, like in
Like
comparison.
rootable by
Is-
default.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's like an American election. You don't like any of them, but you like one more than the other.
Yeah.
yeah. So Trap goes out. So Kamikaze basically annoys the shit out of me. It annoys the shit so much that he takes both corny and crap out. And then we go to
Kamikaze,
FTC.
the greatest
Oh,
goat of all
because he
time.
has like 9 lives.
It's the literal worst cat in existence. I swear to God, man. Swear to fucking God. So then we have like the lamest final 3 of all time. I didn't even pay attention to FTC at all, other than the fact that I had to strike B for admitting to metagaming, which is a
Yeah.
thing in and of itself.
Oh
And
yeah, and
I'll take this on the chin. They did tell me they were dating before they applied, but I didn't know they knew each other were applying. I just thought it was a random coincidence. I probably should have looked into that more. That's my bad. I take full responsibility for that one. But it's still a very annoying moment.
there
Yeah,
is one
pretty
thing
much.
in Final Tribal I do want to bring up, and that's like Ruste as a Jiro. So, yeah, and he made like a whole like glazing spiel about how B is like the most deserving winner. Like he's just like late to game way too much, and even though it's like a better game than the other two, it's like not something to like write home about. And then he didn't allow
He
the other
said she
two.
had. Sorry. He said she
He
had the best physical and social game that he's ever seen in an org.
and like they were just starting out as well, like in orgs. And also he didn't allow Jenkins nor Kamikaze to talk in his questioning channel either. So yeah. That's a thing.
I wish we copy pasted that because that's a legendary copy pasta.
Yeah, that is a
It's,
legendary speech. We should have still had that.
it's on par with Morgan's season 13 antics.
I wish I
Sure.
kept oh my god, I wish I kept the social politics thing in season 9 that he sent to Evan and then Evan copy and pasted to me.
I wish I kept several Morgan season 11 stuff, but we will get into that shortly.
Yeah. So B wins by a 7-2 to 1 vote, which yeah, fuck this season, man. There's
Let's move
really
on.
no. Let's move on. This was a season of all time. It's not even the worst. It's just bad, man. So
Yeah.
now
And
now we
we
move
forgot.
on.
We forgot. I'm sorry, we forgot. We forgot. Josh voted Kamikaze.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
he voted Kamikaze. For fucking
And
no reason, dude.
He
and
won
there were
worst your take.
and there I think there were who else voted Jenkins aside from Trap?
Crap, and I don't even remember, man. It was
Let me
it
think
had
about
to.
that.
I think it was Max. No, it wasn't Max. It wasn't Max.
No, Max voted. No, Max was never going to vote Jenkins.
No.
I
Not for
think
that.
it was. Wait a minute.
It might have been Groot. No, it wasn't Groot.
Oh,
Fuck, I don't
oh yeah,
remember.
I forgot that Groot was on the jury.
It wasn't Knight. It wasn't Uli. It wasn't Josh, obviously. It wasn't Connor.
It might
I
have been
think it's
Salen.
Zaylin. I think it might have been Zaylin, yeah.
Most forgettable merge person of all time.
Yeah. Zaylin, who, yeah.
Yeah, we didn't really
Okay,
talk much about her, but yes.
so season 11 comes, which is a generally good season. Although pre-merge is extremely bland, although we do have that Nick Tosi thing if you want to talk about that, Noisy.
Oh yeah, I mean, I could go on and on about that. But yeah, no, I guess I just kind of wanted to start in with just kind of start off with I wasn't originally sure if I was going to play in season 11 or not because I was trying to figure out when I actually wanted to play again because I knew I wanted to play again but at some point after, you know, the whole season 7 debacle happened. But I wanted to take a little bit of time in between the seasons, and then I figured, oh yeah, HPV is probably going to come up next. So you know what? I'll just play season 11, see what that gets me. And so yeah, 16-person season. I enter the fold a bit, And right away, I have the alliance with Ali, Benno, and George. But and then I really wanted Gotcha out because Gotcha was just insanely. I love Gotcha after we played each other. We played against each other in an org later, and Gotcha was actually very, very, very good in that one. So I like Gotcha now, of course, but at the time, Gotcha was not very active during this season. But I noticed that Benno, in particular, really wanted Lucy out, who I'm sure we're gonna get into much later. But
Oh my god.
Oh boy.
Benno and Nick Tosi, Benno had like this massive hate boner for him, which I didn't understand at the time. Because like he was saying that Lucy was inactive, and Dry was like, Lucy's not inactive. I mean, sure, Lucy had like a bunch of work stuff going on, but I didn't think he was that inactive, especially over Gatra. And I knew that Benno mentioned in the Alliance chat that he mentioned that he really liked Nick Tosi and he wanted to keep him around, which I didn't mind. I thought Nick Tosi was a bit dry, but I didn't mind keeping him around. That was of course until we had the vote, which Gatra was the vote, but I think he voted Lucy. I think.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, so Gatra voted Lucy, and then Nick Tosi, and then I see a vote on Nick Tosi. Now, Civ hasn't gotten into this, but the twist of the season was that you could self-vote to get an advantage. And basically, if you self-voted at any tribal, you would be able to go to an advantage world or whatever, where you could buy some advantage that you could use later. But it only worked if you were the only person that self-voted. When I saw this, I was like, no.
It only works if you didn't get voted out. If it doesn't matter how many votes you got, as long as
okay,
you
okay, all right. So that makes more sense. But yeah, so I didn't really want anything to do with the twist because I kind of knew it would kind of put a target on my back if I did that because everybody would know. So then Nick Tosi self votes, and I'm like, why? Why was this necessary? So I talked to Nick Tosi in our 101. He's like, listen, I'm like, listen, man, just be honest with me. Just be honest with me. Did you self vote or not? Not. And Nick Tosi says something basically along the lines of, I didn't even know I was gonna get votes. I didn't even think we should have booted Gatra. And I was like, yeah, no, you're screwed, buddy. Get out of here. And so then I go over to Benno, and he just starts defending him in my 101, and he got very defensive. He got very defensive with me when I asked him. And he was like, "What are you talking about? It probably was just Lucy that voted Nick Tosi," and in like a really strong-willed manner. And I was like, "Yeah, no, you just outed yourself, buddy. You're done. You are so freaking done." And so I end up telling Elaine and George about this. Elaine was definitely concerned after a little bit because he made an alliance he wanted an alliance pretty quickly with me, Ali, and Benno. I wasn't really I didn't think I was going to end up being loyal to that, only because while I liked Elaine, he wasn't very active. But what happens is that we had a reward tribal in between the Gatra and Niktosi boots. So then I see Nick Tosi comes in Trump. I says, "Hey, could you guys vote me for a reward tribal?" I was like, no way in hell am I doing that." So I tell George, and it was like, no, we are not doing that. And George is like trying to like heavily push me to like say my name out there. So I do, and then Elaine also puts his name out there. It was like, yeah, sure, we'll go with that because I think I thought it probably would have been better if Elaine had that target instead. So, so Elaine had to pick between getting I think it was between getting an extra vote and immunity.
Yes, I think that's what happened. I forgot.
Yes.
I think it was
Yeah.
immunity at next tribal or an
Oh,
extra
I'm
vote at
familiar
next
with that.
tribal.
Yeah. So Elaine ends up picking immunity for that round. So basically, what was going down is I really wanted Niktosi out. And Benno and whomever, I'm sure probably other people did, I know George did, wanted Lucy out. I eventually managed to convince. I was telling both George and Elaine in the alliance chat because Elaine made an alliance chat very quickly as Tribal started with me and George. We didn't really even talk about it. He just made it, which was kind of funny. But I told Elaine, no, Niktosi and Benno are not to be trusted. We got to get rid of Niktosi now. And George had his doubts, partially because he hated Lucy, which we'll get into. Which will. I didn't know that he hated Lucy. I knew Benno hated Lucy. I didn't know that George did, but it was going to be that. I had no idea where Allie stood because whenever we would talk about votes, she never really said much about it. So I wasn't really sure. So then Elaine comes up to me and is like, "Oh yeah, Allie's definitely more with Benno," and I was like, "Okay, we have to think about what's going on." So I immediately tell Lucy about this, and so I'm heavily sticking up myself to save Lucy. Well, save Lucy because I just didn't want Niktosi around. So then basically what ends up happening is Benno comes up to me. He says that he's very annoyed with Elaine. Because he's kind of going. Because I heard from him that Elaine was kind of going, making this whole thing, an even bigger deal than it originally was. I was actually surprised I didn't get most of the flack for that because I was the one pushing it, but Elaine ended up taking the fall for me. And I think me and Benno kind of talked about it, and we were like, "Hey," and Benno was like, I really wish Elaine wasn't immune right now. I would be very glad to vote him out at that point. And who knows? Maybe if Elaine's not even immune that round, maybe Elaine goes home there. Who knows? But me and Benno had a long discussion about it. I did kind of tell him a bit like, I know that, me and you played season 7, and I know that I didn't really talk to you very much. I don't want to repeat same mistakes. And I think after that I think after that we kind of got a better understanding of each other, and we were like, okay, let's just get this over with. We'll put 4 on Niktosi and 3 on Lucy, so it won't matter if Niktosi plays their idol or not. And Niktosi did not play their idol. Why they did this, I do not know. Because I forgot to mention, Niktosi tried to flip the vote onto George. That was something
that's right.
So Lucy was pretty confident that George was going to be getting their votes. Which I was like, hell no, that's not happening, because George was my number 1 throughout the whole game. Well, is going to end up being my number 1 throughout the whole game. And so I'm telling him, let's just vote out. They'll just vote Lucy, and I told Allie the same thing. So Niktosi ends up going home because they were unaware that they were going to get the majority of the votes, and they left with the gambler's idol in their pocket.
Oh wow, just like Alan.
Goated moment.
Yeah, see, this will not be the last time that season 11 and idols are mentioned in the same sentence.
Oh my god.
And as a matter of fact, we're kind of close to it because not much happens in the pre-merge other than the Niktosi stuff, but something that should get mentioned before we get to the tribal is 2 people in particular a guy named Monkey and a guy named Bluey.
My God.
One of the goofiest rivalries Survivor has ever had.
Yes.
And I think the culmination, the peak of their rivalry came at the pre-merge, where Bluey says to Monkey, "Is it okay if I make a racist joke?"
My God.
God. Oh yeah, we'll get in. Yeah,
Hell.
yeah.
Oh.
I think I should bring. Yeah, Civ,
Yeah,
you can go.
go ahead. I was gonna
Okay.
ask you if you had anything about it.
Okay. Yeah. So when I swapped, it was me, George, and Elaine, which I was very happy about because of the Niktosi stuff that just happened. And then I end up swapping with Monkey, as well as Morgan and Martel, but they're not as important to the story.
Yes.
What? So just randomly, we were very chill with each other. I didn't really have any issues with anybody, although I didn't really think that Martel was that active, but we'll get to that later. Monkey one day just comes up in the tribe chat and just be like, "Hey, I know this is kind of weird for me to be doing this, but like, as soon as we merge, can we please just vote out Bluey? I hate him."
My God.
Jesus.
Like Monkey just hated that man and was like, "This is so funny," and because I knew Bluey from like previous orgs, and I knew that he was gonna piss people off like immediately, and Monkey just happened to be one of those people. I did not know a single bit of the dynamics that were going on because none of them really were giving me anything. I kind of got some conversation out of Morgan, but it wasn't like too much about like the other tribe because they had easy votes themselves.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Now,
Pressy.
now I do want to briefly mention the Elaine vote because that is a big changer of my game. During that where we were at a complete standstill throughout most of that tribal. Nobody was saying anything. I was like, I do not want this to go to Rocks. Like, this is not. I'm not going to go to Rocks at a pre-merge vote. Like, no way that's happening. So I tell all three of them, you want to just vote out Elaine? Because my thing was, as much as I did like Elaine, and I felt bad about doing it because I haven't shared this story yet, but in our alliance chat, Elaine, like right before he got voted out, saying like, "I love this alliance. We're gonna make it to the final three. You guys are the best." And I was just like, "Oh my god, what the hell have I just done?" I felt so terrible about what I was about to do. I felt so terrible about what I was gonna do because like I liked Elaine. He's a good guy, but like there were like several days where he just wouldn't say anything. And as much as I knew I was kind of getting rid of a free ally, I was definitely worried about it. Although I know now in hindsight that I think they were just going to vote out Monkey anyway next.
Yeah.
Which I think also part of it was, I don't remember when Monkey said in public tribe chat that he wanted Bluey out. I think it was after the Elaine vote, so it wouldn't have made much of a difference. But I was kind of glad that Monkey was still there, though, after that, because I got to hear that, and we got to use that to our advantage later on. Although, of course, then we got although, of course, we also get the Benno walk, which I was sad about, because I wanted Benno at that merge. Like, that was something I was banking on, him being at the merge, and because we were, like, starting to gain back trust after a little bit, and when he walked, I was definitely sad because I knew he was going to be big for me. And that's also, as I didn't mention, I talk a lot, yeah. I haven't also mentioned, the other reason I took out Elaine was because I wanted to gain more trust with Benno, because we were talking about possibly getting rid of Elaine otherwise. And it ended up being all for naught.
Yeah. So now we have the next tribal, the second merge tribal council, the
no.
chaotic mess that was the final 9 tribal council.
Oh yes,
Nine.
yes. My favorite vote of my not actually no. There is a recent vote that I've been in that has outplaced this one, but for a little bit, this was my favorite vote I've ever been a part of, for admittedly biased reasons. But
Uh-huh.
So obviously this was a chaotic vote. So what exactly led up to this vote?
okay, so well, we have to go back to the pre-merge for this because there was a reward tribal that my tribe won. I don't even remember how I got the votes for it. I think people all just seemed to kind of agree to vote me, which I actually did not expect. So they ended up just voting me, and then I, as a result of this reward tribal, got this limited idol, where in order for it to be good past the final 10, I had to negate my vote for final 10. So I was a bit nervous about that. Now, I didn't care about that. I thought, I was just going to tell my OG tribe mates about this and nothing was going to happen. Nothing bad could have ever possibly happened by me saying this because I thought that Lucy wasn't going to do anything because, hey, I saved this man in the pre-merge from going home once or maybe even twice, debating on how you feel about the gotcha route, but we'll get to that. Martell claimed in his final tribal speech that the reason this happened was because Martell and Lucy were talking, and apparently Lucy was mad about the fact that I voted out Elaine, which I guess that was why. I don't really know the full reason as to why Lucy decided to just turn on me.
Yeah, I don't
and
remember much either.
and
I think it might have been actually due to Toast advice, I think. I think Toast wanted you out so much, and Toast and Lucy were like backing each other. So Lucy was like, "Yeah, fuck it, we'll vote Noisy."
of course, frickin' Toast. Yeah, no. Basically, what ends up happening at the final 10, because this does happen. This does happen. That was the culmination of the Bluey Monkey rivalry. We knew it was going to be between those two. And I think Max wanted Monkey out more. I think Max was the one pushing for that, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So basically, that was an easy vote for Monkey, and I knew that it was going to be an easy vote, so I didn't vote, and I got the idol. Now this leads down me an entire rabbit hole of me making an OG Alliance chat with me, Lucy, Allie, and George, because I still trusted all of them. And I told all of them I had the idol because I didn't think they would do anything to me. Now, of course, Lucy decides to do things, and just Lucy and Toast, of course, try to flip the vote onto me. Which, of course, Allie was also a part of because I eventually began to realize this was going to be a swap tribe game very quickly after that, which I didn't originally want because, I mean, I was fine with Morgan. I think if I could have done something with Morgan, then it worked. I didn't really want to work with Martell at that point because he was just giving me nothing. But then I kind of realized that I had to. And so then what happens is Bluey leaks the vote to George, and then George tells me about it. So I was like, well, screw you. Now I'm going to have to play this idol that I didn't want to play this early, but here we go. And then Martell quickly after tells me. And then Morgan quickly after that also tells me. Now I end up playing. Now I didn't say anything to anybody because I was like, if you really want to blindside me, yeah, go ahead. Think you can blindside. Yeah, go ahead. You go ahead. Think you can blindside me all you want. Gladly think that. I will make fools out of all of you. And So I play the idol. So, and then time passes a little bit. Toast plays his idol on Lucy, which I was like, "Wow, Toast, you really just did that."
Lucy has his own idol, correct? At this time,
Yeah.
Lucy had their
Lucy
own
and
idol.
Idol.
Yeah,
uh,
I
Lucy
don't
was
remember
like
when they got
half.
that. But
Siren
Yeah.
apparently says Lucy refused to play his idol. I don't know how much of that I believe, but supposedly Lucy just refused to play it, and Toast played it
yeah,
for him.
no, refusing to play idols is crazy, but we'll get to that. Uh, so so then the votes come in. I thought it was gonna be me, George, Martell, Morgan all voting Lucy. But no. Morgan just decides to vote me anyway. Because he's Morgan. And for some reason he just cannot he just can't not play both sides of the fence so obviously. Now we do get into a little bit of this. I learned after the season that Morgan was considering putting a stray vote onto Allie because he
Yeah,
was concerned about her challenge skills, which that would have been interesting.
yeah, that would have been a
Yeah.
really
yeah.
weird
God,
eyeball.
imagine Toast Alley won one vote. But yeah, no. What I haven't mentioned yet is that Bluey ended up getting had an extra vote from his tribe's pre-merge reward tribal.
Yeah,
So Bluey, out of see, I was so scared about that. I did not think that Bluey was going to help me out there because I was like, well, I know Bluey. He's not going to do anything for me. And then he votes Toast, which I was on cloud nine after that. I wish I could tell you. I wish I could tell you in words how I was feeling, but like I just can't because I was like on cloud nine at that point. That was so good, and I was like, oh my god, I can't believe that he did that, and that all the votes had been negated, and that was the only vote that counted.
and Toast went, man.
Yeah.
I was
Funniest
I,
story.
I was so pumped. I was
Yeah.
pumped. I kind of taunted him on the way out, which I didn't really care about at that time, but
To point out the relevance for anyone who doesn't know who's listening to this, the other two times that Toast has played, he was voted out at ninth, and this time
Yeah.
he also got voted out at ninth. And if I'm
Yeah,
not
because
Yeah.
mistaken,
Bluey.
and correct me if I'm wrong, but Bluey knew that, and he put
Yeah.
a vote on Toast mainly because he thought it was funny.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
correct.
pretty much.
now I have
Now I do
yeah. I mean,
think,
sorry, Civ, you can
yeah,
go.
I do think Toast goes anyways on a revote because I don't. There's when you play an idol for someone and then it goes to a new vote, you kind of just put the target on yourself. So
Yeah,
people,
Yeah.
exactly. Because at a revote, what would have happened is, I mean, I obviously vote George. I vote Toast. Sorry, what am I talking about? God.
Oh,
What a
vote for
twist!
you,
Holy shit.
George. So true.
Yeah, no, I was gonna vote Toast. George was gonna vote Toast. Martell was gonna vote Toast. Bluey was gonna vote Toast, and we were already kind of on Morgan at that point because I knew Morgan admitted it right away, but like, which what had me a bit on edge, but I knew that if Morgan didn't do that, I was gonna lay him out on that. I was gonna make him the next target anyway. So Morgan would have, so we would have basically just forced Morgan to vote Toast anyway.
yeah.
Because and then also if it goes to a revote, then the most likely revote is Morgan stray voting Allie, and no way are people voting out Allie over Toast.
Yeah. It was So that vote happens, and then everyone unan votes on Bluey, which, well, not unan votes, I shouldn't say, because we get the most goated strategy of Survivor history.
Yes.
Max stray voting on Martell just so people can be pissed off at him.
Yes.
Oh man.
Now the weird thing about this vote at the beginning was, I think Bluey very just openly admitted to me in my 101 that he was going to vote me, which was a thing. Now, I then we were kind of talking about, hey, hey, Bluey, I don't really think you should do that, considering that, think about this. I mean, you saved me already. They don't like you. They hate you after that. They hated you after this vote. So I was like, hey, how about we vote out Allie? Now, I knew I wasn't going to do that, but I wanted to let Bluey believe that we were going to vote out Allie. And then I get multiple people telling me that Bluey wanted to vote Allie, and I'm just like, oh my god, I am an absolute genius. Now, I wasn't going to do that, which I think everybody caught on to because Bluey decided to flip the vote back onto me anyway. Now, I did talk to Bluey after the season about this. He claims that the reason he decided to go out of Allie and onto me was because he could tell people didn't want to vote Allie. But yeah, no, we all vote Bluey. And then, of course, Max votes Martell, which I thought was a self vote. Now, it was very easily believable for me because Martell was like the only person that ever defended Bluey on anything. Like whenever I talk to anybody else about Bluey, they'd be like, "Oh yeah, he's annoying. I don't like him." Blah blah blah. Martell was like, "Bluey's great for us. He's an easy coach," and blah blah blah. And it's just like, do you seriously have this lack of awareness about the game? And so yeah, then I do my. So then with Martell, I do my similar shtick that I did with Nictosi and be like, "Bro, be honest with me. Did you self vote?" And Martell is kind of questioning, what's going on because I don't think Martell was like around for that vote to happen. I don't think he saw it originally.
Yeah, no,
So
he wasn't.
Yeah, so I think he was. So he like came up to a bunch. So he came up to this happening, and Martell was like, what the heck are you talking about? I didn't self vote, blah blah blah. And I was like, then why was there a vote for you? So and then Martell was like, it was probably Allie. So
And that's how that's how the whole Allie Martell rivalry started.
yeah, so I go to Allie's 101 because me and Allie had a really weird relationship. We really liked each other at the beginning of the game, and then because of circumstances, Allie kind of went away from me for a while. And I kept trying. I kept trying with Allie the entire game, and she just gave me nothing. But I went to her. I went to her and said, "Hey, Martell thinks that you voted him," and she got so mad. she she got so mad, and then they just and that culminated into the most one-sided rivalry of all time. I don't think Martell had any idea what was going on.
Maybe not the most one-sided rivalry, because we still have one other rivalry we need to talk about.
Yeah. Yes,
Oh
of
my
course. We
gosh.
will get to that. We will get to that eventually. Yes, of course. But yeah, no, that it is up there. So yeah, that happens, and then we of course lead into touchy subjects, and then that leads us into the final 7 votes.
Which banger vote. Everyone loves to see a 3-2-2.
3, 2, 2. 3-2, everybody. Let's go. But
and also
yeah,
Lucy goes out with an idol in his pocket. So you have that
that he
plurality.
still
And
had.
Lucy, the idol he fought so hard to not play and let Toast take the gun for.
Yeah, so basically what ends up so at the start of that vote, I was already kind of a bit annoyed because I was like I was 1 point away from winning touchy subjects, and Allie pretty much won because she didn't know alumni. So I was already kind of a bit miffed, but I didn't really know who I was going to vote at the start of that, and everybody wanted something different. Lucy came up to me very soon after the vote because I was trying to make up with Lucy for most of the game after the toast vote. So we were like, okay, let's just agree to vote out Bluey, and then we can be good. So then we went to each other. Well, he went to me, and he said he wanted to vote out Max, which I was fine with at that point. And I don't know how much I talked to Max at that vote. We didn't really talk much about like the actual votes unless they were like easy at that point. But so then me and George are having this long conversation about this vote because, we were a duo this whole game. We were definitely like going hard for each other. And I think I remember Max telling me once that Lucy called George my accomplice.
Bro.
which we will which we might briefly go over as like due to like as like the perception of me and George's duo. And so me and George are talking about it. He really wants to vote Lucy. Like he's definitely telling me for the whole vote like, hey, I want to vote Lucy. And then we were talking about his idol. And we were talking about, hey, Max might be another option. And then I eventually come to the realization, was like, if Lucy has an idol, why don't we just vote Max? Because he's a bigger threat at this point. Because even though I didn't know that Max voted Martel, I still knew he was a huge threat. And I think everybody else knew that anyway. So I think I was like, hey, why don't we just vote Max? And George was a bit, iffy about it. So I was like, okay, we'll just discuss it tomorrow. And then Martel was like very, very, very wanting to vote Max. He was not going to change his vote on that. Which I would have tried to do something about that, but I didn't really care enough to, because I also kind of wanted to vote Max. And I never was able to get back to Martel about, what happened, but that might have ended up being a good thing due to how the votes played out. But basically what happens is George, it was because of George and Allie, because they got closer after the Bluey vote, and George told me about the original split vote plan of Lucy, Max, and apparently Martel. I didn't actually believe that people were actually going to vote Martel, because I was like, why would anybody vote Martel at this point? And so basically, I go to vote, and I was very torn. George tells me, I think about a couple hours in, just vote Lucy. And then I'm like, okay, I'll just vote Lucy. So what ends up happening, of course, is 3-2. Allie and Lucy end up voting Max. No, Martel and Lucy end up voting Max. Sorry. Allie and Max end up voting Martel. And me, George, and Morgan ended up voting Lucy. And Idol gone. Right then and there, Idol gone. And we were always like, what? No. But then after that vote, Martell comes into my one-on-one. He seems like pissed for whatever reason because he was like, "Oh, I was left out of the vote," blah blah blah. And I'm telling him, bro, you do realize that if you voted Lucy and Lucy plays the idol, you're gone, right? Like, did you ever stop to think about that?
And then
Like,
once you get to finale, you have all the Morgan antics.
Oh
yeah,
no, not again.
yes, yes,
My
the
God.
Morgan antics where where randomly me and Morgan are having a discussion about, win equity, blah blah blah. I forget if this was during the Lucy vote or like the finale, but he just straight up sends me his list of who he thinks has the most win equity. And he puts me as number 2 on that list, which straight up told me, I was like, wow, you don't even have the balls to tell me that you want me out, and you're just gonna say like, oh yeah, win equity, blah blah blah. You're pretty high up there. It's like, how about you just tell me you want me out, or just don't tell me at all? Like, bro, what is wrong with you? I think I was like briefly going over in my head, what if I just vote out Morgan here? But that didn't matter because Morgan ended up winning immunity. So I
Yeah.
basically had no choice than to vote Max, which then they decided to take me out at that round, which was a tad bit confusing because Max was a bigger threat.
I think Allie was strong arming you to go, is what happened.
Well, yeah, no, I know that Allie and Max were a tight duo.
Because Martell was trying hard to get that Allie, George, him final 3 going, but Allie hated Martell so much that he was like, if you vote Max this tribal, I am not gonna work with you at all for the rest of the tribals. So Martell was pretty much in a tight spot, and George was kind of in a tight spot. So they were like, "Yeah, fuck it, we'll vote Noisy this tribal."
Yeah, yeah, no, I was yeah, that was when the end of that's the end of my run there. We had a very insane journey, but I did at least make it to finale.
Now, before we get to FTC, we obviously have to talk about the greatest thing Season 11 brought to us, ROP, between
Yes.
Oh
George
yes.
and Lucy.
Yes.
And I hate myself so much for not saving the channel. It's unfortunately deleted. But it was the amount of hatred George has for Lucy is unreal. And what's even funnier is that Lucy voted for him at the end.
Yeah, that was the funniest thing about that whole thing. It was weird because, like, when I got to the jury, I was like, I'm not really sure how I was perceived. I kind of knew somewhat that people didn't think much of George, which, I mean, I obviously knew that George was doing more because me and him were a duo and we were talking a lot about votes and all that,
Yeah.
but I knew that I had done pretty well. I knew that, so I was like, I'm satisfied with myself. I feel like I did well, but I knew that, I probably wasn't going to vote Morgan because of the way he was acting to me at the end. And then Morgan ends up going home at Final Four anyway. But
Again.
we should. But I wasn't really sure about how the vote was going to play out because a lot of people seemed conflicted. But I think after the speeches came into play, it became very clear that George easily had the best speech and George answered the questions easily the best. Although not to all people, but we will get to that.
Oh no.
But yeah.
Who do you think should have gotten second, Allie or Martell?
Allie, definitely. I think I had more of a relationship with Martell. I will say that. But I think the bottom line was that Martell just got outplayed every single time he tried to do anything. And that was basically what it came down to. And I will give credit to Martell that at least he tried. Not a lot of people will come in there and say they didn't try, but he tried. He tried every single time, every single vote, even in Final Tribal, he tried to get people to believe him. He just did not have good arguments at all. And I do think that Allie did play a decent under the radar game, although she did definitely. I mean, although I wasn't really around for much of her stuff that she did. And my main issue with Allie's speech was that it was so vague. Like even when I was even when I was asking questions out of her, she never really gave specific answers aside from the Lucy thing. So I was like, I'm trying to look for your answers here, and Martell flunked horribly. That was one of the worst Final Tribal performances I've ever seen. I love you, Martell, but that was an atrocious performance.
To be fair to Martell, he did have the clear understanding that if Morgan made it to the end, he would have won.
That he. Now I will have to say this. We got to talk a little bit about the Martell George beef at Final Tribal, which was hilarious.
I forgot about that.
Because George kept calling him out on everything, on every lie that he was saying, and Martell's response every single time was, "So what? That doesn't matter." Like, bro, you're getting called out for not getting anything right. That is like the only thing that matters. That is the only thing that matters. But yeah, no, I remember I was trying to go over the votes in my head about who was going to vote whom. I was definitely a bit off by the end of it, but obviously was going to.
Think the votes would go?
I knew I was voting George. I thought Monkey was going to vote George. I thought I thought Morgan was voting George, but what do I know? I thought Bluey was 50-50, and I thought that Toast was going to vote Allie. I thought that Lucy was going to vote Allie, and I thought that Max was going to vote Allie. So I thought it would have been. You saw an Allie win. I thought it would have been like 3-3, or if Bluey voted George, then that would have been the tiebreaker. But of course, what ends up happening is that Bluey. Well, Bluey at Final Tribal was definitely a thing.
Bluey and Morgan essentially voted for the exact same reasons.
Oh my god!
It's just Bluey had the gall to actually admit what it was, and Morgan was like,
"Yeah, no, Bluey." Yeah, as much as Bluey is a troll, and as much as Bluey is gonna do some stupid stuff, he's open about it. He's not gonna say he isn't anything else other than a troll. He is at least honest about it. Morgan, however, it was weird because I liked Morgan most of the game, but he just pissed me off so much with how he was playing it, and especially at the end, as I've gone over. But that whole speech that he gave for voting Martell, oh my god!
Like, yeah, no, I get it, because like it was the same in season 9 where I liked him for like most of the game until like that point.
That reasoning still aggravates me because it's how is it that easy? How is it that easy to just tell you something that's such a blatant lie and you'll just believe it? Like, no offense to Morgan, like I do actually like Morgan, regardless of whatever I say here, but
yeah, Morgan's cool. It's just there's a lot.
aggravates me, man. It did that reasoning just aggravated me. And yeah, so Martel got 2 votes, Max voted Allie, and then I voted George, Toast voted George, Lucy voted George, and Monkey forgot to vote.
But Monkey voted
But I think
George.
it's gonna vote for George anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, Monkey was gonna vote
Yeah.
George anyway, so thankfully it didn't matter. Although, we were desperately saved from having a 2-2-2 vote.
I would have been mortified if that happened. But yeah, that was season 11 for you. One of the more goofier seasons of Survivor. Still pretty solid though. Got that 4th rank for a reason.
Yeah.
So now we got the 5th and final season of Era 2. One of the biggest orgs I've ever had to run, and definitely a bit scary at the start because, first of all, getting the cast together was kind of exciting, but also kind of freaky because I didn't know how many people I could get that I wanted to get. And I think I got most of the people I wanted, save for like 4, I think, which were 2 villains and 2 heroes, I'd say. Other than that, we got pretty much everyone. Pre-merge of heroes versus villains was great. Angie, I know we kind of already had this conversation, but do you want to talk about Final 20? BB can
Do I
too
want
if
to
he
talk
wants.
about final?
Sid,
I
can I
wanna
ask
talk
a
about
question
final?
before? What
Sure,
exactly?
what
This
is
is
it?
more a logistics one. What? Who did you want to have who didn't make it? We might have gone over this before, but just here.
For the villains, I wanted to get Trap and Alan. I also wanted to try and get Ghost, but I knew that was like a long shot anyway, so I wasn't gonna like put my hopes up too much on that. For the heroes, I wanted to get Rabbi on there, as well as Allie, but I couldn't get either of them, so I had to settle for Fantasy.
I think didn't you like call Max too? Max, the season 7 winner.
Yeah, season 7.
Yeah, Max. I called Max too. It was Rabbi, then Max, then Fantasy. So those are the people I wanted. And then we had and then now regarding Final 20.
Right.
Angie, what's your opinion on Josh?
Josh? Like, as
Josh.
I mean, he's pretty alright, but like I didn't anticipate what he did at all. And it's funny because like I knew he had the other limited idol, and I knew it was given too. So it was wild that the idol was present when it was, and I didn't think it was gonna like come into play whatsoever on that side. Anyway, I think before we get into Final 20, I think it might be kind of cool to get into like the rest, like the things before Final 20.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So I think coming in, I knew I was a little passive in season 9, so I wanted to fix that, and I wanted to fix my social game as well. So I wanted to like start clean with people like RQ and Peppers, who like voted me in Final 8 of season 4 and were responsible for that. And then I knew there was, and I had like some really cool connections from other seasons, like DB, for example. I knew was loyal and trustworthy, and I kind of wanted to work with him as well. And I was really excited to meet new people. And of course there was Evan, who I like knew I wanted to like work with straight up the bat. So yeah, I just like worked my social connections everywhere and tried to like make myself in a stable position. I think the issue with like us all being heroes, like everyone thinks they're like so nice, but like I think the biggest issue with like the heroes tribe, in my opinion, is that we got like it's like really hard to figure out if you want tribal, like if you want more tribe wins, or if you want like more friends and allies, like come like swap or merge, because like the thing with our physical.
Did
Yep.
Angie cut out for you guys too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
What?
Did you cut out, Angie?
Yeah, I think it did. Yeah, I was what I
Yeah,
was saying
you did.
before that yeah, it was a rock and a hard place because the physical people were the less social ones. And I don't know if DB thinks the same. You want to speak on that, or like regarding the hero tribe?
Well, I think there were some pretty early lines, relatively drawn.
Yeah.
There was the Noisy still laughs at this every time we bring it up. There was which
Did
consisted
BB
of
cut out too?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
oh
Yeah.
no.
No, what was that?
Bro.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm gonna
Go again.
tab out some stuff real quick.
Take
But
two.
we had an alliance set up consisting of 8 people.
Thank you, Luke.
Which proposed by Luke, which becomes very funny because Luke ends up backstabbing it basically. Kind of, sort of. It was me, Angie, Luke, Evan, Akio, Peppers. Was Lily in it?
Lily was in it.
Lily and Fantasy. Now, I think we initially wanted Moon over Fantasy, but Luke ended up insisting on Fantasy. And I
Yeah.
kind of...
I would have rather Moon.
Yeah.
But like it's hard to say no to like people.
Yeah.
And I
it's
learned that
like,
in season 9.
yeah. And it's like I wasn't gonna throw any fit on it. Those who remember the first podcast or just know the lore know that Fantasy and I had some history coming into this. Namely, Fantasy promised he was going to do everything. He was even going to throw the game to help me get into season 5. Then immediately voted me. I was like, tee-hee, bye. But, that was what, a year ago at that point? I was willing to like let bygones be bygones. And I was open to working with anyone at that point, early on. And like, the early boots were kind of easy. Connor just kind of didn't talk that much. It was between Connor and Lily initially, because Lily didn't speak at all the first 2 days.
And
But
Lily came back
she
from like a
came
fun
back, and
Hmm.
she did quite possibly one of the best turnarounds I've seen in an org. She was funny,
Agreed.
she was social. She went from being the obvious early boot to making it pretty deep in.
Mm.
And then after that, was it Groot? Yeah, Groot went.
It was Groot.
And I feel like I'm a little confused about what happened exactly.
Okay, I can kind of talk on this one. So Groot initially wanted to throw out Moon and said that Moon wasn't like didn't do the steal from Civ challenge. And I was like, I didn't call him out on it like to him because I didn't want to like start anything. But I was like, in my confessionals, I was like, that's bullshit, and I know it because like I saw Moon do it, and like Lily and Evan. I was gonna call him Ellen. Oh my god. But yeah, Lily and Evan can vouch on that because they were also there as well. And yeah, so I was like, and then I saw that Alex was like throwing out Pepper's name. I was like, who? And I was like, who threw this out to you initially? And then like I didn't get a straight answer. But yeah, she proposed Pepper's, and then I was like, this was like a really like vague throw out for me. I was like, oh no, like I kind of feel like Groot's kind of on the bottom already with like the whole Connor defense and like and I knew that DB called Groot dry within like day 2 or 3 because like DB was one of the 2 that I talked like real in-depth game with before our first tribal, the other being Evan. But yeah, I was like maybe Groot, and I didn't think that like, and then the whole thing escalated when like Pepper's like was it was a misunderstanding because like I think Groot wanted Pepper out like eventually, but it was like it was misinterpreted as Groot throwing out 2 names or something. I didn't want to vote out Moon either. I think I didn't want to vote up Peppers because like I felt it was unfair, and I didn't want to vote up Moon because people use time zone as an excuse. And given that I'm the other person with like a really different time zone to everyone else, I feel like it might have made me a bit of a hypocrite if I voted it for that reason. So I just went with Groot, and I was like, okay, because I felt like I found some solidity in the other two as well, like socially.
Yeah. Well, also, I mean, Moon's time zone wasn't really an issue, at least for me, when I got to the merge.
So I was confused because I thought Peppers was the one who kind of started that train and misinterpreted something, and then we kind of just pivoted to like, okay, let's go Groot.
Yeah, I was on a VC with Akio, and then there was the misunderstanding happened then, and we were like, what the fuck is this? So yeah, we just went with Groot in the end, and I think we had like all the votes stacked against him, except for a few. And then Alex, for some reason, used her obvious because like she went on the trip, and we knew, and it was like completely obvious that there was only one advantage in play. She stole Lily's vote, and it was obvious who like played it because, well, Alex was the only one who went on the trip, so it's obvious that she won, and she got that stealer vote or the vote sniper, whichever one it was. And yeah, Lily's vote got stolen, and I got reported about it, and it's like, this is so obvious, and it was a really bad play as well, given like it was like a 7.
It was an obvious vote. You cut out there again, but
Yeah.
And then we also have the greatest villain boot, Top Nep. If we want to just push back the therapy session, that will be the Angie boot real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I do want to discuss a little bit. I mean, the villains pre-swap is not too eventful, but there is some stuff that happens. The big things for me that happen early on are there's an alliance made with, I think BHG made an alliance with me, Siren, and How, which immediately upvote I was like, what? Like he told me about it. I was like, I wasn't gonna tell him that, but I was like, why specifically these people? And I had played with BHG in season 7, of course. I wanted to at least make sure that I wasn't gonna do the same thing that I did in season 7, where I was gonna do what he did, what he said. And I knew that I could get him out easily because, I don't think he was ever gonna really be good socially on that tribe. Now, of course, he was far from the worst social player. Of course, that would be Top Nep, who talked all day in tribe chat and did nearly nothing in DMs. Now there was a bit of controversy before then because we were considering voting out Josh because he was not very active either. But Josh ends up getting a tribal idol that you can get at a public tribal if you press the public command or whatever. Now, he, of course, gives that idol to Fantasy, who we'll talk about in Final 20 when we get there. But basically what ends up happening is like, okay, yeah, we'll just vote out Top Nep. He just doesn't do anything. So, bye-bye, Top Nep.
Bye.
Pretty easy vote there, but it was funny. It was funny.
Now,
especially
there is one part you did miss about that.
Oh,
Because we did
yeah.
have that stray vote from How.
Yes. Yes, I forgot. Yeah, How stray voted Josh at that round. And we all thought it was BHG. And we didn't care because we didn't take BHG seriously. and we will go over a little bit, but Josh in season 12 is basically BHG's new Eerier.
Yeah.
Like to a T. But yeah, it was definitely what a vote, and I also had the alliance with me, Max, and George that Max offered me,
The evil within.
which of course I was always gonna take. Uh, uh, I of course we of course got the of course the messaging from Prod. Of course, Martel just goes in there and is like, "Oh yeah, oh I can't believe this alliance is a thing."
And I go there later, say the same thing. I
And
guess
then
we
we
go
have
into
the.
final.
Well, we could talk about the Skylar walk real quick.
Yeah, yeah. I'll briefly mention that because we didn't know who we were going to vote out yet, and we were talking in the Siren How BHG Alliance about who we wanted. I think we originally said Froggo, and Siren was like, "Oh, people might not do that because he's good at challenges." And I'm just like, if you care about challenges so much, then why don't we just vote Skylar? So everybody was like, "Yeah, that's an easy vote. We'll just vote Skylar." And then I think Skylar caught on to it. I don't remember who told her, or them, or whoever.
Yeah.
I think it might have been Quinn.
Oh wow! What a surprise! I didn't see that one coming.
No.
What?
Oh my god! Yeah, I'll get into Quinn. I'll get into Quinn because we had a relationship of all time throughout that season. But yeah. So Skylar ends up walking because they just figured, yeah, I can't really. There's nothing I can really do, so I'll just walk. Tragedy indeed.
And then after that tragedy, we had another tragedy.
Ugh.
Ugh.
Anyway, I think it's my
After
turn to
the
say
Groot
something.
vote, we get final 20.
Yeah, we do. Incident I don't really want to talk about, but I think it's really necessary to talk about. I think, um, yeah, looking back. Okay, so it started with fucking quad blocks as the challenge, and fantasy was like, "Hey guys, I'm like doing like my essay or something," and it didn't really sit well with people, and he spent all his time in like VC, and then he ended up rocking up a 126 or something like that. And we weren't too sure if he was going to be good for challenges. He's already abstained from one of them, and that's something that Peppers brought up with me. And we weren't sure if it was like we're gonna go strong, like on a swap or something. So yeah. And I knew Evan wasn't exactly that happy with fantasy, so he threw out that idea to me, and he threw it out to DB as well, and we got a really iconic alliance made of us three called Alan's Avengers.
Yes.
Anyway, what else? Yeah, I didn't anticipate like me being out of that at all. It seemed like we had the numbers, but Akira said that fantasy was disposable. Even though Akira threw out fantasy's name to me first, I just want to point out for the record. He's like, I'm like, hey, Akira, and he's just like fantasy, and then I'm like, okay, let's go with that. That's what I've heard from everyone. So yeah, I got blindsided there. It was numbing and it was a little embarrassing. I didn't feel that numb because like of the fact I got out of that again. It was more of embarrassment. I felt numb because like all the way like people get at that tribal, like they were so condescending as shit. So I was not like happy at all. And like it worked like a whole bunch of villain arcs on both sides actually. Like on the side for me and the side against me. And I decided to step into prod to check up on my allies, DB and Evan, because I knew they weren't gonna take it well, especially Evan, who was coming back from a funeral that day, which really hurt. So I had to check up on him. And yeah, I think it's actually kind of funny looking at it, like looking back at it as well because of recent events in the world. If you guys remember from the Era One podcast, fantasy was it's the proclaimed Donald Trump of Survivor, and it seemed like we were the snipers and the fucking Garfield and Josh's Isles were the killers that season. But yeah, I think in the long run, I was kind of glad that I stepped onto Prod. Looking at the swap, the Titans versus Rebels, that's what I at least call it, because like the Titans versus Rebels and swap, I was gonna be in a lose-lose because the new Night Raid had like people I weren't that close with, and then the new Jaegers, all my allies were down the very, very bottom because they had people willing to flip then. So I was pretty happy I got out as fast as I could because I didn't know if I could stay longer. And I think in the long run, like being a production member afterwards, like given what happened endgame, which we'll get to maybe later, just like a teensy bit, I was kind of glad I stepped on there and really interacted with the players. So yeah. That's
All
my
right.
take on that.
So before we go deeper into merge, I do want to mention something. Noisy, you were like the Edgic god for most of pre-merge. Like you got top contender for pretty much the whole pre-merge. What was your main strategy for, the pre-merge and swap portion of the game?
Okay, so when I went into like the villains tribe, I knew this was going to be like a big personality group. So, and I knew that I had played a bit over the top. I knew that I had played over the top in season 11. So I wasn't sure how much I was going to do there. I basically just decided to play the field a little bit. I knew that I kind of figured quickly that me and George were just kind of I kind of figured that me and George would probably click again because we had already clicked before, and me and Max clicked as well. I wasn't too surprised by how that turned out, but because they were always the most honest to me regardless of what was happening during that pre-merge run, but I ended up getting trusted by at least most of the people because I was just trying to make sure I had good conversations with people throughout most of that pre-swap, like, and it got me into 2 alliances. So, there's that. No, although admittedly BHG just kind of wanted to make an alliance with me immediately before we even bothered to say anything. But yeah, I mean, I was initially like, maybe I can trust Siren, maybe like a Quinn, maybe, but like, and then it kind of became like, no, I don't really want to go there. For reasons that I would, because I figured they would at least try. And I did trust. I trusted pretty much everybody on that pre-swap, but it became clear who was going to be honest with me because Siren and Quinn. Oh my god, I'm going to get into this a bit later, but Siren and Quinn were so obnoxious to talk about anything game related with. Because every single time I was like, okay, let's talk about the vote. Who do you want to vote? And then they just started asking a bunch of random questions. And I was like, okay, there's this and this. And then they just kept on asking random questions that didn't freaking matter. And I'm just like, bro, shut up. We're voting this way. And everybody else is saying that. How many times are you going to ask stupid as hell questions? Quinn was like completely different personalities. Like, I swear to God, Quinn went from hey, I really like this person. She gives really good conversations. We're talking a lot. We're vibing. And then we talk about game, and it's like, I hate her so much. Oh my God.
Sounds like
Which,
a lot of people's season 6 feelings on her.
Yeah.
yeah. But yeah, no, we which does come into play during especially the BHG vote, because BHG and Josh's feud was like starting to ramp up a little bit. there was this whole weird thing going on between them, and Josh told BHG that he knew about Peppers getting votes at the group tribal because of the reward, because of the whole Tegu trip. BHG thought that he shouldn't have known that, so he went into my one-on-one, said that Josh was cheating, and I was like,
Oh yeah, I
dude,
remember that.
I was like, dude, you do know that he went on the Tegu trip, right? And then he was like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. But still, he's I swear to God, me and BHG's one-on-one was hilarious. They was too good, but I knew I had to take him out because BHG was like aggressively trying to save Howe, which I had like several people telling me, why the hell is he trying to save Howe? Because we all agree that Howe was inactive.
Yeah.
And that basically became BHG's nail in the coffin. Although that didn't stop Steven from trying to change the vote on to Howe at the very last minute.
Steven, at the start of Steven's antics once again.
Yeah, like, see, he was telling me this 1 minute before the votes were supposed to be read. And I'm like, bro, you're not gonna get the outcome you want. We got like a minute left. There's nothing you can do, bro. And he voted Howe anyway, but I knew he was going to, so I didn't care. But yeah, BHC ended up going home.
So before we go any further, we have one more pre-merge episode to talk about. And that, of course, is DB's vote episode. Now, DB is a very vocal juror in Survivor HVV, especially towards a certain 3-lettered person. Not naming names.
Oh yes. Although we do have to talk about how crazy the Swap Night Raid tribe in general was before that.
Yeah. So the Swab Night Raid tribe is so just inactive.
Yeah, Swole Night Raid tribe wasn't really
Oh,
something
I'm sorry. Sorry, I got it wrong. It was the Swap Jaeger tribe. Sorry, I mentioned the Swap Jaeger tribe.
Swab Jaeger
like
tribe is an
whatever
absolute mess.
Jesus
The
Christ.
Swap Jaeger tribe. So
I mean, when you put
yeah.
three villains, fucking Fantasy and DB on the same tribe, and Akio, you know it's gonna be a mess among epic proportions.
Yeah, I'll let DB and talk a little bit about this as well, of course, but I don't know if you wanted to say anything first about how you felt about the swap initially.
The swap was interesting, to put it mildly. To roll back a bit in time to talk about the aftermath of the Angie boot, Fantasy said something I thought that kind of indicated to me that he was done with working with us, and so I kind of like took a step back from that. He sent a message in the big group chat that we had for the alliance and said, "This alliance is dead, traitors, all of you." First, I was like, "Okay, chill out with the melodrama. We didn't kill your dog. It's that big a fucking deal. Like, you played an idol. You didn't get voted out. You almost did. It is what it is." And so Fantasy didn't talk to me for a bit, and like we eventually like started being a little bit more social, but the swap comes around, and on one hand, I get an okay distribution of people. Akio, who I'm tight with, I bought the fucker DoorDash like day one.
I remember that.
Just spur of the moment. I don't even fully remember why I did. I was just like, he was just like, "Hey, can someone buy me food?" I'm like, "I got you." We had Evan, who I was tight with as well, and then there was Luke, who I was kind of friendly at first before I realized, one, he was the flakiest motherfucker playing this game right now. Because he tried to play both sides of the villains tribe. He voted with Fantasy and made sure to, slip the news to him, and then went to us like, okay, shoot, what are we doing now? Like, dude, you created this alliance and you flipped on. Being with Luke was a little weird, and then Fantasy was one of the swap picks of all time I could have had. And then I had Frago, who I had some experience with. Not positive or negative necessarily. And then Noisy, who I knew from other stuff, but I don't think we actually played Norg before that. And then
Yeah,
Max.
we had not.
Yeah. And then Max, who I hadn't played with too. I saw some of his work. I respected him, so I was like, okay. This will be okay. And early on, a lot of the issues didn't have to come to the surface because we won challenge after challenge, so we didn't really have to test anything fully. Then we lost the reward tribal, which was going to be a kidnapping tribal.
One.
And apparently I was in major contention.
Or do you want to continue?
Oh, say again?
What about the other reward tribal? I think we could get onto that maybe as well.
Yeah,
Given
let's
that
go.
was a big thing. And
Yeah, although I will say there needs to be some added context about how the swap started. Where first day, like first night, it's me, Akio, and Fantasy in VC. And then I think Akio leaves. And then it's just me and Fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
So, we're just talking a bit, and then Fantasy starts going on about how, I really don't like the Heroes Tribe. They had like this 8-person alliance with, and he lists off every single person in that alliance. And then he talks about, how the votes went down and how, Groot was talking about targeting Peppers, and, that's why Groot went home. And then, Angie, I was told that, Angie was the person controlling the alliance, and, so Luke and Alex come up to me and being like, oh, yeah, I needs, and, Moon didn't have her vote, and, me, Luke, and Alex voted out Angie. And it was,
Yeah. Fantasy immediately told the villains everything. He told them the votes, the alliances, which side of the bed we slept on at night. Everything was out on the fucking table. And Fantasy spread that out. And it gets
which was very funny because when the swap started, I hadn't really talked much to Frago during the pre-swap, but I'm like, I think I can work with him still. I mean, I think it was definitely good picking him up as an ally, and he would become a very important ally for me throughout the game. And and that way, and the swap and merge onwards was really where me and Frago's one-on-one really started to cook.
Detective
Frago.
We go into the tribe, and we're like, oh my god, we are so screwed. How the hell are we gonna get out of this? Because I look at because 6 heroes, 3 villains, and Frago's like, Detective Frago is coming to investigate.
the 6 most terrifying words in the English language.
So basically, from what I heard, he was like being very aggressive with the heroes about getting information.
My dude, especially.
And I was like, please don't screw me. Please don't screw me. And then when Fantasy comes up, Fantasy does that whole thing, and I was like, oh my god, I just sat here and I didn't even need to do anything.
Yeah.
I didn't even need to do anything to turn the tide. So, and then I was like,
Chris Daughtery.
The Chris Doherty confessional at Final 7 where he says the same thing, but yeah. It was great. It was absolutely great. And then I tell Max and Frago about it later, but one of the more important things the Fantasy tells me the next day is that he really doesn't trust Evan. And this will, go into play as I talk more to Evan throughout the swap. But he's like, he's it's a bit much. It's a bit much.
Yeah.
Which is gonna be a talking point, obviously.
Yeah. We'll get into the fancy stuff later. One thing that just annoys me going on, and I try not to hold stuff, I don't try and make things personal in org, so I'm gonna do my best to. Fantasy really got on my nerves this go around, partially because later on he makes trust a big deal. Like, oh my god, I don't trust Evan, I don't trust DB, we need to get him out right now. They don't trust me from the Heroes tribe. And then he fucking spills all of our secrets immediately. And when we eventually kind of figure out, wait, he told everyone fucking everything. The fact that he's saying like, oh, why don't these guys trust me anymore? It's like, I don't know. What do you think?
I'm gonna be real. I'm pretty sure I told people in VC that he did that.
He probably did.
Yeah, no, Akio messaged me one day and is like, hey, Fantasy is indeed a person. And then I was like, oh yeah, he leaked everything about you. He leaked everything about you guys to me. And I don't think he believed me at first. So me and Akio had a VC at one time where we were trying to compare notes, and I told him everything that I knew, and Akio was like, I could tell from his like sounding expression that he was trying to deny anything that I told him, but he just couldn't. It was just impossible for him to deny anything because it was accurate. It was all accurate.
Yeah.
Most of it, at least. I was in control of the alliance. But yeah.
Which was good for me because Fantasy did say a lot that, the person he trusts is Akio. And I knew that I had to flip Akio. That was something that was big with me because, I could have worked with like, DB and Peppers or whatever, but like Fantasy came to me first. Fantasy is very clearly on the bottom, or, at least of people in this swap tribe. And, I think Akio, and I knew that I didn't know how loyal Akio was to anybody, but I think after we got to conversing, I was like, okay. Because Akio straight up told me a lot of the time that, the villains were talking to him a lot more than the heroes were. I don't know about your perspective on that, DB, but that's what he told me at least.
I mean, probably.
I mean, I can kind of understand why, because like I know that Akio wanted to be. Luke was playing the middle, right? Akio wanted to be the one that played the middle.
At that point,
Luke wasn't really playing the middle.
He wasn't. Luke has had a lot of stuff going on. Had a lot of stuff going on in his personal life, which we gotta be empathetic about. Even though he was kind of a mess this season, and kind of a mess outside of his season. There's a lot going on, and so he wasn't really at his most able. But Luke just kind of stopped playing after a bit, really. Like, he interacted a little bit, like, near the end. And then he got voted out. We're skipping ahead. So we'll get to that when we get to that. But
I think the thing I was going to say about Akir was that I was a little wary of Akir, even, like, back in pre-match, because Akir brought up, at the Connor thing, I told him that Moon was on board with a Connovert over a Lilyvert. And then he was like, obviously, they're a duo of the season. And I'm like, shit, why are you telling this to me, another person who won that same award like the season after? So I'm like so nervous. And then I just found out that Akio was like playing sides in the swap. So yeah. He like
like Luke was playing the fake middle. He was playing the middle of the heroes. Akio was like actually playing the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I stopped trusting Akio a little bit after a bit. I honestly thought that he voted for me when I ended up going, which he just didn't vote.
Yeah, he didn't vote. He didn't vote that round.
Yeah.
Okay, so there was a reward tribal,
right,
and which was misunderstood by Fantasy. We need to get to this. Holy shit! Anyway, we need to get to this because you guys' reaction was so funny. Yeah, okay. So Fantasy submitted a one for the reward tribal, right? And I was like looking at it for like 30 seconds. And then I was like, all right. And then I just updated Tree Mail. And then like a few hours later in the tribe chat, he like tells me like he just tells the tribe that he misunderstood it completely and he went to a reward tribal in his season as well. So that's so funny. And I was like looking at everyone's reaction and like Evan talked in our one-on-ones, like, because we kept that active, like, even after I was eliminated. And he was like, I'm sorry, but what? And I'm like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. But you guys still won because
Yeah,
Noisy carried
Noisy
you.
clutched it out for us, which was incredible.
It was very close for her.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
relatively close.
I got easily the highest score in that challenge,
Yeah.
and yeah. I saved Fantasy's butt almost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys went to
Although that
the
reward tribal was a bit hectic. I didn't. That reward tribal was weird because, like, I told a couple people, you know, we think about voting me, and then I was like, at the end, was like, okay, yeah, no, we should probably just vote Akio because, you know, that's the one that will cause the least beef
Yeah.
Right.
And then the
with
lava
anybody.
votes went up. It was like 7-1, and Augie voted Frogger. It was funny
Yeah.
though, because I'll get to something in the kidnapping tribal later. But yeah, Augie won a bank vote. So if he banked, what was it, Sid? It was like
So
attendance of like
if he banked his vote once, he could keep it to final 15. If he banked his vote twice, he could keep it until final 5.
Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, because I remember I remember Akio told me that one of the big reasons that he wanted to do that because so he told people that he told the heroes that he wanted it just to see what they would say, and then I think I think he told me that like the heroes were kind of like, oh yeah, let's do one of us, and you know Akio was like, you know, and Akio was like,
Sid.
you do know that like I am the only you do know that I'm like the only person that would get the vote that wouldn't cause beef with anybody.
Sid, remember that one VC where it was like all the heroes on that tribe, and then Noisy joins, like, and Augie was like pitching a whole heroes in, and that was so funny.
Yeah.
I think I heard about that after the season where like I joined a VC at the best possible time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember now. That was so funny.
I always found a way. I always found a way to know about something that season, regardless of what was happening.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, so basically, because Fantasy didn't trust Evan, and I already didn't trust Evan because whenever I talked to Evan, he always said that he wanted to work with me, and yeah, I'll get later into that he did actually do. But whenever he like talked to me about it, he said stuff. He always said stuff that I just found so weird. Like he said stuff like, you know, I want to take you to the highest placement you've had in this org, which like, bro, we just met at the swap. There is no way that I'm gonna believe that you would actually do that.
Right.
Especially with everything that I know already about how the heroes went. Like, yeah, so Fantasy didn't trust Evan. And then when I talked to Akio about it, because Fantasy trusted Akio, Akio agreed. So then we were like, you know, we should really try to get rid of Evan at some point. That's what I wanted.
And then he
And
got kidnapped.
And the
Yeah.
kidnapping
Yeah.
tribal.
he got kidnapped. Which I didn't end up minding because it helped us. It helped us because Akio kept trying to be like, you know, it's going to be hard for me to flip on them because, you know, it's 5-4. I don't want to piss half the people off and blah, blah, blah. And then, you know, Evan got kidnapped and was like, yes, let's go. Yes, let's go.
I was
'Cause
happy
was
for a different reason because I knew he was on like the bottom, and I was like, yes, this is like a saving grace.
like, yes, Akio will actually do it this time.
Akio joining the dark side.
Yeah, and the funniest moment after that was when DB messaged me right after and is like, "Evan?" question mark. I was dying. That was
You and Evan, yeah, and from
these people got blindsided to hell and back. And then I heard after that Luke was like trying to be really desperate and finally actually making the Heroes Alliance of that swap.
Oh
You know,
yeah, I remember that.
a bit late for that, but you know.
Yeah. And I don't know how much we can trust an alliance Luke makes, realistically.
Yeah, so then the vote happens. I was just thankful that we hadn't imploded already, because we were already like on the verge of imploding throughout that whole game. But I knew that I knew that I had Froggo and Max, which, you know, at least I had villains. And then what basically ended up happening was we were originally going to vote out Luke. And Akio kept saying to me, you know, I can get DB and Peppers to also vote Luke. Froggo, yeah. But the thing was, Fantasy and Froggo, for that matter, really did not believe that. So they were like, hey, you know, DB could possibly have an advantage from the Tegu trip, because he went on a Tegu trip with Siren.
Yeah.
And what ended up happening there was, we of course we learned later on that nothing happened. But
Yeah. I told some people that, but I guess I didn't really tell enough. I think I told Max, so Max knew. I think I kind of brought it up in passing to Froggo, but not concretely. And then I told Evan, I told Akio, I want to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds
So Akio was like trying, yeah. Well, yeah, no, I know, yeah, Akio, yeah. Sorry.
One thing, yeah, oh, good. I think one thing I do want to bring up about this tribal was that it was the beginning of like one of the biggest rivalries within the season of Akio versus Fantasy. I don't know what exactly happened, but like it was a huge ass fight.
That had been boiling up.
Yeah.
Because we knew we needed Fantasy, but we also did not like him. that was becoming something that was clear to us by the time the DB vote happened. So yeah, they end up being like, okay, let's just vote DB. And I think Max also wanted to do that too, but
well, he claims he did. He claimed he masterminded this. So, you know.
Yeah. But yeah, no, Max did want it. I know he told me about that, but
which I'm confused about to this day. Froggo, maybe I didn't make it quite clear, but I wanted to work. You know, I came I came out to Max and Luke and not Luke, Noisy, and told him, hey, I want to work with you guys. And so I'm confused.
I know DB did try to bring up game with me.
Yeah.
I know DB did try to bring up game with me, and I will say that I think I do think that if all that stuff didn't happen, I think there is a possibility that we could have worked together. But yeah, the whole Fantasy stuff and the way he was mentioning everything, it just wasn't gonna work out at that point. Because Akio actually mentioned to me during that vote that we could actually make an alliance with, apparently Akio claims that DB said that, you know, we could make an alliance with, you know, me, you, Akio, Max, and Peppers.
Which I believe, yeah, I said that.
Yeah. And I was like, you know, I want to ask him about that, but like, I want him to at least say it. That was something that I was a bit annoyed by.
Yeah. I don't know. This season was like kind of rough for me because I had a lot of stuff going on, like socially. I was finishing my grad degree or my bachelor's. I got dumped, so I was kind of dealing with that, you know, emotionally and mentally. So it was not it probably wasn't the best time for me to be playing orgs, but I wasn't gonna miss it for the world. So
Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah. So yeah, then they flipped the vote on to DB. I think I did mention a couple times that I was like, I'm fine with the vote because I of course we didn't know if DB had an advantage or not. There was a possibility that he did. So I was fine with it at that time, and then after the vote, I was realizing like, oh wait a minute, Fantasy just did that for no reason.
yeah, because here's the thing: a big contention point that people were also saying, and like Max banked his game on this mainly near the end, was that there was no way that I wasn't going to vote for Luke. I voted for Luke that round. There were like 2 people voted Luke. Me, I think Peppers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other thing that happened with me was at that tribal was I was at work during it, and then I came back to my break, and then I realized, oh my god, we're merged.
Yeah.
So I didn't see.
The funniest,
I didn't see.
the funniest,
I
the funniest thing about that is that I was on VC with Siren and Quinn at the time, and they made the joke about merging, and I was like, yeah, you never know, that might happen. And then I just tell everyone to drop their buffs, and I get the merge roll going, and they're like, Civ, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, it was. It's going to be one of the big talking points about this season of should we have actually had the merge at 15 or not.
Now,
No.
a lot of people will say no. However, Final 15 was based, and we can all agree that it was. An
Yes.
8-7 merge vote is exactly what you need in life.
I wasn't
God.
there for it, but I was told about it at the time, so. And
God.
The plight of fantasy trying to flip that vote around is so goofy.
Yeah.
Dear God.
And
That pissed me off so much. Oh my God.
Did you know the vote would be that close?
Yes. Yes, I knew right away that it was going to be as soon as I heard that well, because I mean I was a bit, trying to control everything at first, and I was like, no, we're voting out Evan, blah blah blah. They tell Evan, we have a big argument, blah blah blah, which didn't really help my thoughts on him because I kind of felt that when he was talking to me about it, I kind of felt that he was on a bit of a stance of like, why would you think I'd ever do that? I would never do anything to anybody. And I was just like, don't act like you're above everything, please. That was just my personal stance on it. And that didn't help what the thing that we'll get to later, but so yeah, I mean, we kind of made up. I told him that fantasy was only using him because like I felt that he kind of was. So and then I think he tried to get Steven to not trust me for a little bit, and then Steven was kind of talking to me about that, and then we realized now Evan was full of it. And that solidified my bond with Steven, which I didn't have initially, but it was good to have him as well. Now the only difference is the fact that now of course I thought we were gonna have the majority because I would have gotten Akio to flip, and I told Quinn, hey, I know that you don't really like Akio, but he's flipping to us. But oh no, they have this like massive. But no. We're all like, oh my god, I hate him. Blah. Oh my god, I hate Akio. Blah blah blah. Yeah, Quinn had it out for him.
I
For
remember that. Because of season
yeah,
4,
and
right?
I mean to be fair, they had it out. They both had it out for each other, which I expected.
Yeah.
Which was very annoying for me, especially talking with Quinn about anything game related as well. That only amplified it. And then of course I quickly also realized that Siren was going to do anything that Quinn said after a little bit. But what I didn't know was that, well, actually no, there's another thing, because Josh and all the Massey, because I think they were actually originally going to say mentioning me a lot because of the whole Evan thing. But I got it around to Akio because Akio was, throwing fantasy under the bus to me. And, everybody started to realize, oh, wait, Akio's not actually with us. And that ended up getting a target on Akio's back. But then, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Max just comes up to me and says, oh, yeah, Josh is mentioning Siren and Steven. Why he said this, I have no idea. There is no reason for it. But then we were all like, okay, we'll just vote out Luke. He's not really being active anyway. And then what I didn't know, of course, was that Evan had an idol, and that apparently, I do not know the full story about this. I don't know how Civ saw that situation, but apparently he told people he would play the idol on Luke. I don't know if that actually happened though or not.
No, he played on himself.
But I don't remember him doing that. I think it was like more of a debate on whether to play it on himself or just to see if it was on someone else. I don't think Luke specifically was in contention for the idol.
Yeah, no, because Siren was trying to say that Evan told him that he was going to play the idol on Luke,
Yeah.
and like after the season.
Mm.
No, I think that was just something Siren said to try and not make it so it was his fault that Luke got booted because he was trying to
Yeah.
initially flip with Quinn against Akio.
Yeah.
But he was like, I know what we'll do. I'll have you flip your vote onto Akio. I'll just vote Luke, and then we'll see where it goes from there. Luke is still going. I think they thought that the Akio voters had the majority. That they thought it was
Yeah.
8-7 on their side if Quinn voted with them and Siren didn't. But actually, it was 8-7 if both of them voted with them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Evan plays the idol on himself, and nothing really comes out of that because it's 8-7 Luke, and we move on after one of the merge votes of all time.
You went to a more peaceful way, I suppose. And to an extent, at least.
Oh yeah, we had such a peaceful time after that, yeah. But
Now, I guess more united is the better word to say.
So yeah, no, after that I hated all the heroes, plus Siren and Quinn. After that, I was just like, nope, I'm done with all of you. But so then the Josh vote happens. I was trying to get it to split on him and fantasy because I was so annoyed with fantasy at that point. But then it just became okay. Yeah, Josh is just gonna get the votes anyway because of the Steven stuff, which Steven publicly called him out at Tribal.
That was funny.
That was great.
Yeah.
That was fantastic. But yeah, that happened. And then we get the Akio vote, which by that point, I was the only hero that I actually liked at that point, aside from Akio, was Lily. Because she was like the only person that would actually listen to anything I was trying to say. After a while, I was like, yeah, no, I understand. And so I was trying to offer her deals of being like, yeah, we can take out this person, and then you can help me take out this other person, and blah blah blah, which in another timeline maybe could have done something. I did see that in Lily's confessionals. I think she was actually starting to lean with me for me at least at one point because of stuff that was going on with Quinn.
Yeah, it sounded like she was ready to flip on Quinn.
Yeah, no. Quinn thought she was so slick. I swear to God, she thought she was so slick about what she was doing. She made it blatantly obvious that she was not going. She was with the heroes. God. And then I just became so annoyed with her at that point. I'm fine with Quinn like outside of the game, but in the game I just couldn't with her. for a while. But and then the Akio vote happened. I knew she was gonna leak because I already knew she leaked prior. Yeah. She kept saying to me, "Oh yeah, I don't want chaos. I don't want chaos. Blah blah blah." Yeah, okay then. So yeah, then Akio ends up going home because he threw out Moon's name when nobody really was talking about it, and then we were always like Akio, and then I had to eventually realize Akio's just kind of a walking corpse, which was unfortunate, but I had to do what I had to do.
Yeah. I mean, from what I understand, Akio was kind of done with the game at that point. Anyway.
Yeah.
I won't say done, but he wasn't as like I don't know I can't think of the right word, but he wasn't as like passionate about it as he was in season 4.
Yeah, he had his reservations about a 15-person merge. And he was like going to
Yeah.
like back to Alaska as well, so that's a contributive factor.
Yeah.
And then we get to Final 12.
Oh my god, I actually
The
love this final.
implosion of all the heroes.
The implosion of all the villains, really, too.
Oh
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically it starts off with, okay, I'm thinking, I don't know who the heck I'm going to target now, because Akio's gone. Who the heck would I be able to target at this point? So then Akio says at the end that he would vote Peppers at the end, and I was like, I mean, I don't really have any other option. I tried because me, Froggo, and Max were talking about either Evan or Peppers initially, and I knew that we tried to target Evan and it didn't work. So I was like, okay, let's try and see if we can get rid of Peppers. Of course, because Quinn is Quinn, she ends up leaking it. And that was where I was done with her. Like that was really where I was just done with her. Because and I had been trying to like get stuff there for a while, and so both Lily and Moon come up and admit to me that all three of me, George, and Froggo's names were thrown out there.
Oh shit.
So I really did not know. Now this made Moon's motivations the next vote to me a bit more questionable, but that's for enough. That we'll get to that. So basically, I hear this from both of them, and then I tell Quinn, "Hey, both Lily and Moon told me this," and Quinn is being really desperate and being like, "Oh no, that didn't happen. That didn't happen." And Nathan's like, "What the hell are you doing?" And so Froggo came out with the information that, oh yeah, Quinn is trying to get the votes onto Froggo, and that's what George ended up telling him. So then I'm like, I really have no time for this. And Froggo was like, I need to like tell Quinn about this, and he openly said that he was going to be aggressive about it, and I was like, you know what, go right ahead. It's not me. Go right ahead. Go right ahead, brother. Just do it. And from what I understood, there was a big fight happening.
Oh no, not again.
So Froggo, yeah.
Was that Froggo's siren?
I think
No,
he might have been.
Froggo said that it was with him and Quinn.
Oh, okay.
Oh shit.
Ooh.
Which yeah, I mean, we were talking about before, and I did tell Froggo that he needed to address Quinn because he's the one getting the votes, apparently. Which made the decision to target George a bit more of a question mark for me, because I was like, that came out of nowhere almost. But that was also not really Quinn's idea, obviously, which we'll get to.
Yeah.
But so then Peppers is like, which I think it was Peppers that threw out all those names, apparently, because he was being desperate, and that didn't really help his case for me. So I was like, okay, yeah, no, he's done. He's done. So then he's like, So then he messages me last minute, and he's like, if there's anything that you can do to save me, I please tell me. And then I'm just like, well, I mean, I don't really think I can because like there's like a bunch of votes already in, but if there's some miracle, then I'll tell you. I wasn't going to anyway, but I just told him that because. And then I see that Peppers had an idol, and I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna I'm done. And then George gets voted out.
Yeah, so I'll talk into this. So Final 14, there was a new idol hidden. Fantasy gives Evan like parts of a clue, and then Evan somehow like steals it from Fantasy, like finds it before him. So, and it was a pretty easy idol find, I think. But yeah, the idol was named after me, for pretty obvious reasons, and it's kind of ironic as well because like Fantasy out of me out, and like I'm sort of like Evan's like hero sort of thing. But yeah, yeah. It was I think it was very last minute that Evan decided to give the idol to Peppers and then Peppers plays it, resulting in George going. So yeah, but that was kind of I was kind of wild to watch. I was like, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was a thing. It was a thing that happened, and Froggo was so convinced that it was, and Froggo and Max and whoever they thought it was Peppers, Evan, and Lily that were the votes, and I was like, see, this is
Bro,
why you don't have any awareness. This is why you don't say anything to Fantasy. Like, I tried to tell them you don't say anything to Fantasy, and that's what I did. Like after the merge vote happened, I didn't talk to Fantasy for like a week because I knew that anything I would say was gonna get leaked.
the most calming week ever.
Like,
Fantasy League.
like, like I tried to tell them. So like I was trying to tell them after that. This is why you don't say anything to Fantasy. Like you should have learned after the merge vote. So then my final 11 vote, I really just kind of stopped caring about this because I was so annoyed already, and so I was like, you know what, screw it. I'm just gonna try and get rid of Quinn because I'm already so sick of her already. So then of course Moon leaks that, which I found a bit, which to me it was just like, okay then you're gonna have like no agency at all because you literally told me the round prior that me, George, and Froggo's names were out there, and now all of a sudden you're going the other way. I did not understand her for most of the game, but I did kind of after a little bit. But yeah, that was I expected it. I wasn't surprised when it happened. I wish I could have gotten top 10. I wish I could have been able to do more stuff with like Lily and people like that because I haven't actually mentioned much about this, but nobody on the Villains tribe trusted Lily, even though I kept trying to get them to trust Lily.
Yeah.
And then we get to Final 10. Final 10 was like a huge one, I think. I think Final 10 was when I started. Okay, let me. I'm gonna preface this by saying, like, I think in Era 2, Simon was like a little more chiller than usual. Like, I think in season 9, he was like a little more relaxed, a little more like
Yeah.
heroic. Yeah. And in season 12, he like, I think his game got worse. His social game was like probably the worst
Bad.
one out of all his 5
Very bad.
seasons.
Yeah.
And then he was like keeping on winning immunity, wearing necklaces, and then like you love the guy, but like you also get annoyed with his game this
Oh
season.
yeah.
So it was, I think at that point was when I started to get a little annoyed. Yeah. So we brought Dead Man Walking back as well, and so we'll start with that, I think.
Yeah, Siren got the vote there, but because of the frickin' Lily Walk complications, I had to alter it a little bit. But so we go to the final 9 after the Lily vote. So we've had a couple merge trials at this point. And it's very evident that Quinn and Siren are on the bottom at this point. No one really likes them. They all kind of just collectively hate both of them.
Yeah.
So, but they have a fuck ton of necklaces and because you guys didn't mention this obviously, but they had because they went on the last Taigu trip, the final Taigu trip, and
Yeah.
one of the things they could get is 2 immunity necklaces that they had to sacrifice their votes for. So Siren
Siren
did
won that
that for
arc.
Siren did that for
Oh.
both his necklace and Quinn's necklace, and at like final 11 and final 12 respectively or whatever.
Yeah.
So he does that. So essentially, so long as he wins immunity and Quinn, as long as he or Quinn wins immunity, they're safe until like final 7.
Yeah.
So they're safe for final 9. So the target goes between Moon and Steven. But
Yeah.
I don't. It was pretty much just like one trio against the other at that point. Because, well, not tree. Honestly, why did they vote Steven off? Because it's a very
Well, Siren
obvious
could
hero versus it was a very obvious hero versus villain thing going on.
Yeah.
Aside from Siren and Quinn, and the heroes have more people. There's Peppers, Evan, Moon, and Fantasy. Why wouldn't you vote Moon?
Yeah. Siren claims that he wanted to flip flop between the sides, but Quinn didn't.
The thing
Which,
is, though, Siren didn't convert because he won Dead Man Walking, and Max had an
oh
extra
yeah,
vote. So they put
Yeah,
because like
Quinn
Josh
was.
gave it to him. So yeah, it was 4-4, and I think Fantasy was like the swing. So he decided to vote Steven over Moon and VN, and then we got the best tribal
the
final
greatest
word
final words
ever.
of all time.
And then Siren just chalked it up to he's just salty about season 9.
Yeah.
You should be salty
Oh my
about how
God.
bad your game is.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Fuck, dude.
Like I swear to God, this is just in game. I don't really know how this is outside of things, but like Siren and Quinn talked like the exact same person. The only difference was that Quinn could actually have conversations.
Yeah. No, I as someone who appreciates Siren's gameplay at times, it was really bad this season.
Yeah.
He was the vaguest motherfucker ever. I played with him this season. I would do everything I can to send him home because I just hate playing with him.
Yeah. Yeah, it would just it was a pain. It was a pain. I think wasn't Steven the person that first said they wanted Moon out?
Yes. I think the target
I
was
think it
like
was, yeah.
initially on Fantasy, but then Steven wanted Moon.
I thought the target was on
Okay.
Peppers at first.
Yeah, one of the two.
And then we get to final 8, and that was so, oh my God, final 8 was so bad.
Not the Froggo vote out.
Oh yeah, Defrago vote.
The saddest
And
vote of all time.
this is the start of the idol tribals.
Oh
Yeah.
shit.
Got Froggo getting idled out. Then you get Peppers. Then you get Quinn. Just a mess of idols being played.
Yeah. I ran the Quinn one, and it was kind of fitting for me because Evan was the one well, Moon is the idol on Evan, so any votes for Evan were negated. And then it was it was funny because I came in 6th place in Survivor 6, the season that Quinn won. And she's getting out at 6. And I'm like, Quinn, this is kind of fitting that I'm running this one because, like,
because you're getting out 6th place, so which is where I placed on your season. And I told Evan a different thing. I was like, it was so fitting that I ran this travel because you're like the number one person I'm rooting for. So yeah. So yeah, I think
we had
in a way with like duos and rivalries, it made sense for me to run it. Very fitting.
I mean, amongst Final 9 to Final 7, the boots were pretty sad because obviously you had Steven and Froggo going back to back, which, Siren and Quinn were still there for finale. You had Fantasy, which no one really was going to vote for to win. Max, who was like, I mean, the jury loved him, obviously, but like even pre all that stuff, he was easily like the worst between the 3 villain underdogs between Steven and
Frogger.
Froggo. So he was not
Yeah.
that good either. So it was essentially between Evan and Moon from that point onward because nobody else was gonna win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then we have the fucking final 5 exit because Siren, for whatever stupid reason is going on in his head, he thinks he's bad at comps. Just because he won, he wasn't able to win a certain challenge where you don't even know what you're doing until I say what you're doing. Like Siren doesn't. The thing I hate about the argument Siren was trying to make about not voting out Max is that nobody knows what I'm gonna put on the tower until I announce the challenge. So theoretically, his argument makes 0 sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, it was weird because obviously we kind of came to a realization that, oh wait, we had those thoughts about Evan throughout, like, the swap and the merge and all that, but I think I initially had like my doubts about it initially, and then I was like, well, I mean, it makes sense, at least from what he was trying to say, even though I didn't like Siren in game. It made sense, which was kind of why things went down the way it did. Also, partially because we were just there forever.
Yeah.
Like we were at like over 6. Were we over 60 days by then?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
think it was
think you
like
guys were.
65 days at the end of it all.
Let me check the spreadsheet because I know Toast put the amount of days on the voting chart. So Fantasy was voted out at day 57. So
Oh wow.
FTC takes like 3 to 5 days. So you got around like day 60 to 62.
Yeah.
Long ass season.
Yeah.
So yeah, final 9. Wait, final 5 shenanigans happened, and it's so crazy. I was like not wanting to like view this, but I'm viewing it anyway. I obviously had my thoughts and feelings. I didn't want to go on like a VC with anyone after that.
Yeah.
And then we got to like final 4. And after Evan won the final immunity challenge, this crazy shit happens in final 4. Max and Fantasy agreed to a fire making thing. And I'm like, what?
Max would vote himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Max would vote himself. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
Which ironically
God.
enough happened in another org I hosted. Which is ironically how season 7 Max won an org I hosted.
Okay.
Not Survivor, but a different org.
Yeah.
He beat
Yeah.
Siren, so it was pretty funny.
Yeah. I did not understand that. Especially not voting out Fantasy. Because especially not voting out Fantasy because
Yeah. Like, I think we were
No.
blinded a little bit as jurors because a lot of us got out early enough that we remember, oh yeah, Max is cool, he's social, he's doing okay. We didn't get a chance to see how his game kind of dissipated
Progressed.
after a bit. And also, fantasy was just kind of miserable for a lot of us. Like, I know for me personally, he voted me out. He called me, he wrote dick butt on his parchment, on my part, voting me out, and was just kind of like, bye, dick butt. And he claims now was a joke. I don't have the energy to question that at this point. It might have just been a joke, but it was not
Yeah,
a.
no, it's just like no.
Yeah,
I
why?
fantasy was like never even gonna get any consideration
Yeah, and like,
from me at all. And it was like this man has done this man has done so much stuff to everybody here for that matter.
yeah,
And like stuff like the DB thing and the Akio stuff and then all the stuff that he was lying about at Merge and all that.
yeah.
No
I-
way in hell was he gonna get off the hook from that.
I want to make something. I want to say something because Evan said this. I think Moon said this later on as well. They were saying that people didn't. However, people feel about how Fantasy acted. It's not fair that people are saying that Fantasy didn't play a winning game because he did. That might have been true, but no one was trying to say
And
that.
if he didn't act the way he did, it wouldn't matter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like Fantasy was just.
And even then, you can't even
Fantasy-
really make that argument because Evan and Moon played better anyway.
Yeah, Fantasy and Evan and Moon played way better games anyway, but Fantasy just rubbed a lot of salt in wounds. I don't even think he did it intentionally, but intentions or not didn't really matter, just because Fantasy did not. I remember seeing something Civ wrote, I think talking about a Season 5 game, that Fantasy had both an incredible social game and no social game at the same time.
Pretty much.
That's kind of Fantasy this time around. Like, Fantasy has some pretty solid moments. Fantasy has some decent potential. He's just a fucking prick sometimes. And, like,
Yeah.
he's
Yeah,
young.
no, like-
he has room to grow, and I don't hold anything against the kid personally. But he was a dick a lot of the time.
Yeah, like he acted so melodramatic about everything that happened. It was
Yeah.
it was painful
Yeah.
to deal with.
I remember giving Fantasy like 5 OTTNs on
Oh my
Edgic.
god, I remember that. And Siren
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
They both got
Yeah.
a ton.
Yeah.
And now we get to the thing that I'm sure everybody is waiting for us to talk about.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Oh, Jesus
the
fucking Christ.
final tribal council where
Oh,
Yeah.
where Evan and Moon and Max, who is alive, I think, went to head in a final tribal council. Where Moon won 7-5. If you want to be technical, 7-4 vote. Where Moon won, Evan got second, and Max was a 0 vote finalist. A lot went down. With a lot of jurors. I'd say specifically Siren, although there's like a lot of minor things like DB versus Max. That was a pretty heated one. But a lot of jurors had their big moments that final tribal council.
Yeah, and I think
DB, before I let anyone speak, DB, do you still think Max is a donut?
Oh,
oh my god.
Max seems like a swell guy. I have nothing personal against the guy. I think part of it's just we were at fucking 60 days in at that rate. This was tiring to everyone. I think everyone just kind of got like everyone was a little on edge, especially like I was on edge because of fantasy. I know a lot of people, like the Siren Evan stuff was going on, so a lot of people were more on edge than they would be otherwise.
Yeah, I think everybody was just like looking for something to just get their vent at.
Yeah,
I think was really what was
Right.
happening.
and it doesn't happen that I was watching a lot of Gordon Ramsay at the time.
Oh my god, yeah, you were on
That
MasterChef
that
phase.
really it did not help. Like I look back at what I said to Max now, I was like, that was a little too harsh. I was a bit too dismissive of the whole picture as a. I was too dismissive of his whole game. But he
Yeah,
also tried to claim that he was the reason I went out, and that just wasn't true. Everyone looked
Yeah.
at that and they were like, "What the fuck? You know?" So
Yeah,
it's
Max's speech combined with the fact that he wasn't really too active during it was something that was not really helping him. And then of course we get the moment where he doesn't show up again.
yeah.
And then we memed about it.
Yeah. I had a
Yeah.
few meetings
For the-
about it.
For those who don't know, Max went up to Africa during FTC. So he kind of went UTR after that. Supposedly he's okay. He's in our prayers. I think Noisy got a friend request accept from him, but other than that, we don't
Yeah.
know much.
Yeah, I mean, I love that guy. Like he was like one of the only people that kept me sane throughout that whole season. Like he was one of the few people I could actually like vent to for like any of my frustrations throughout that. And I mean, regardless of where he is, I just hope he's okay.
Yeah. Same here.
Yeah.
I hope he
Yeah,
didn't take
dinner.
it personally. I think he's a cool guy. Max, hope you're all right, pal.
Yeah. And then we get to the other side of the spectrum with the Evan stuff.
Yeah. Which we had a pretty much like I want to say the second to last day of FTC. Evan almost had the win, I'd say, until there was a specific moment and Evan and Siren had yet another altercation, and that kind of tipped the scale for Moon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will
Now,
say, as to be completely unbiased, Evan probably should have stopped talking, but on the other side, Siren should have probably stopped talking as well. Like, if you don't want the situation to escalate, you could just, like, stop. No, this applies to both sides, I think.
Yeah.
yeah.
It's rough because I did not I was probably voting for Moon before that anyway. I did not appreciate how Siren proceeded there, but also Evan and this is kind of he did not have a very good FTC aside from this, but this really just kind of rubbed a lot of. It was kind of like one of the last nails in the coffin for him.
Yeah. I mean, okay. I know I did say a lot of the time that I would try and that I would like go in on people, but then when I was like going into Final Tribe, I was like, I'm not going to do that because I know I'm not going to get the answers that I need. So I was just like, okay, listen, Evan, I know we didn't get along too much at the end of that, but I just want to, I do think you are a good guy, and I know that we have this issue, but I know but it is something that you're going to have to address because this is a topic that has come up a good bit. And regardless of how you feel about, some of the misinterpretations that happened throughout the game, because there were a lot of them. I think it was partially due to the fact that the misinterpretations kept adding up and adding up and adding up and adding up. And when we did talk to him about it, he just seemed very defensive. And now I don't want to. Now, obviously, he had some stuff going on in his outside of the game as well, which I think kind of
Yeah.
hurt that as well. But I think in general it was just that even if you don't agree with something, at least like try and at least be like okay, I apologize if you felt that way, but that's just who I am, and then just leave it at that. That was just all I wanted.
Yeah.
And he was close to it. Like, he was honestly getting close to it. And then I do think, looking back on it, Siren, I think, definitely hurt that.
Yeah.
Because Siren wouldn't stop thinking about, stuff like the idol stuff with Luke and all that. And
Oh.
Siren just kept hammering in those points. And I think it reached a boiling point. Now, I was like talking with Akio originally when that altercation happened, so I didn't really know the full picture. But from what I saw, like when I started seeing it, I just saw, them fighting and then Siren saying, okay, we really shouldn't continue this. We just need to stop. And then Evan kind of continued it, at least from my perspective. But yeah, like, and then that was where the point where Siren was basically just like, okay, I'm just gonna lock this channel to him. And then as soon as he did that, that just basically destroyed any chance he had.
Yeah. I also want to say one more thing. It wasn't technically 7-4, it was 7-4 Civ. Come on. Luke didn't do anything Luke didn't do anything. He didn't ask any questions. He didn't give an explanation.
I put it in the cast chat that it's 7-4. Let me have my
I just want to hold you to that.
Yeah.
I can't let you have that.
No, I remember.
It
was weird.
I just gotta say that.
No, it was weird because Luke was like in the chat for a while. He said that he was gonna ask a question, and he never asked a question.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he just
Yeah.
It's funny that I think that weekend he messaged a bunch of our friends. He's like, "Oh yeah, I'm getting married tomorrow. You guys want to hang out next weekend?" And then he just kind of disappeared. And he didn't tell us he was getting married before. It's a fun little, like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, it's not fun. Moon was a good winner.
Yeah.
I think Moon deserved to win. It's not like a season 5 where like Siren clearly played the better game in a bunch of unfortunate circumstances played out that screwed him the win. Evan and Moon both played stellar games. Evan partially had issues selling that game, partially had some unfair confrontations, but Moon also just played a game that was comparable. Although I do got to say the fact that Siren had that happen to him in season 5 and partially contributed to Evan doing that or having that happen to him is a little fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think in general, I think the other thing was just that Moon responded to the questions the best.
Moon's
she kept her cool.
As much of an Evan fan as I am, and I still am, I do think that there was a little bit of a gap in experience that was definitely shown in FTC between the two. Like, Moon's been doing orgs for years. This is like Evan's third org. There was clearly a gap in like what the jury wanted to hear, and Evan kind of just didn't recognize that all the time. And that's the thing that happened in season 9 too. Like, that wasn't like a new thing.
Yeah, it's not a unique Evan thing. I think Moon definitely has to be a nominee for the most improved player, especially with her FTC compared to, well, I guess her game in general. I think her FTC was fine
compared to season 8.
Or in 8.
Yeah.
You know, she didn't have a game that could win, unfortunately, but she showed a lot of improvement, so I do want to shout her out for that and give some props where props are due.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's just yeah, like I remember there was like one specific moment where Steven, I think, asked them to like actually diss each other, like about their game. And Moon like started going hard.
Oh
And then
yeah, I
Evan was
remember
like
that.
trying to be like, oh, but like, why? How could you even say that? Blah blah. Blah. I was like, why are you doing this now? This is what the question requires. Why are you saying this?
Evan versus Moon was wild when they were asking when the duo question was asked who was the leader.
Oh yeah, because Siren like really wanted
Yeah.
to figure out that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like at the end of the day, it's a tribal. You know, nobody really seems to agree on the outcome or anything, but it Moon won. I think regardless of what happens, we can say that we still can say that Moon is a very good winner. I think
Yeah.
regardless of
Yeah.
regardless of how we personally feel about the outcome.
Right.
And I do think that Evan still, regardless of all the stuff that happened, did still have a shot
Yeah.
most of the way.
So we had two potentially great winners. Max, who's a great guy, and just unfortunately got to the end of the one season he probably wouldn't have won.
Yeah,
I don't know. I have a lot of respect for all those players in FTC. I hope they're all doing well.
Yeah.
yeah. Like at the end of the day, when you look at the vote count, people like Quinn or Steven who were on the fence, they still ended up voting Moon at the end of the day.
Right.
But yeah, no, it's a topic that can be discussed for ages, and yeah, we're already at a point where we've mentioned a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This I will say this. Evan's a great winner, obviously, and I mean, if anything that came out of the end of HVV, it's that A, Moon's a great winner too, and B, we got our second international winner, which is always cool. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
not our first
but yeah,
international runner, not our first international finalist though.
yeah.
True.
That's Angie.
Wait,
Oh
is it
yeah,
me?
No, it's
yeah,
Hal.
Angie.
Shit.
It's Hal.
Oh yeah, I was gonna, yeah, Hal.
Oh,
Oh yeah, Hal.
Yeah,
like, there's
that
no
was
way it's
that was
me.
Singapore.
Yeah, he's Singaporean. Alright. But yeah, I think that's all. We covered everything we have about Era 2. Do you guys have anything you want to add to this era of Survivor?
Well, I can safely say that I had a good time rambling on and on about a lot of this stuff. And one thing you can definitely say about Era 2 is that it is something that is interesting to talk about, regardless of how you feel about the seasons involved.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
regardless of how you feel about like a season 8 or a season 10, there's so much stuff you can get into and talk about with this era, and
Yeah.
there's it'll never truly it'll never truly not have anything to say because there's so much there with not, and of course also HVV as well, and we talked a lot about it here as well.
Yeah, a
So
lot of
Yeah.
HVV content, a lot of season 10 content. But
Yeah, Era.
and I even think
I think Era 2 can be.
compared to Era 1, like Era 1 had some good seasons, season 3, season 4, season 2, but there wasn't a lot of like notable like moments to it. Like obviously you had like great stuff like uh group vote out and fans versus favorites, or the final 10 and fans versus favorites, but like season era 2 has a lot more like notable, like mind blowing stuff in it. So I think
Yeah.
there's definitely a lot that can be said about this era, no matter where you swing on the
Yeah.
fence.
Era
Yeah.
2 is
Yeah.
always is going to be remembered as a memorable era.
Yeah. for
Now,
sure.
not always for good reasons,
Uh,
but it's going to be remembered for
Yeah.
sure.
I think what I was about to say about Era 2, like, you get your hit seasons, you get your miss seasons, and, like, if you're an Era 2 player, you can sometimes get remembered for, like, all like, the cool things. Like, I've, like, solidified a lot in Season 9, like, I made FTC, I got Hero of the Season, I got Duo of the Season, and then that led to both a Hero and a Duo of the Era, so that's, like, insane to think
Yeah.
about. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Really changes careers.
Yeah. I think.
Yeah, because
Go ahead.
I went from being a thing in season 7 to one of the to being the best Era 2 player to never win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I went from Hero of the Season to a thing. So
Exactly.
I had a big fall off, but you know what? They're not all going to be winners, and that's all right.
I mean, shit. Akio has like kicked himself off the #1 totem pole at this point from HVV. He's like all the way at 10th now.
Dang.
Feels bad.
I think that's all we got for this. So thank you all for coming to watch. I'll see you guys in the next one. I'm planning to do probably a Survivor podcast after this one. Probably a winner ranking
All right.
one. So we'll see.
Okay.
I'll see
Ooh.
if anyone wants to be a part of that. They can talk to me. Siren's gonna be a part of it. Corny might be a part of it. But
Ooh,
yeah,
Sounds
okay.
part of this podcast, but
for now, I'll see you guys next time and hit that subscribe because I need the money.